Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, we will call the June 2nd, 2025 meeting to order at 9:01, and we will start in just a minute. I'll ask you to stand if you care to for the invocation, and then we'll go right into the Pledge of Allegiance. If you are a member of a faith group who would like to participate in invocations, you're welcome to do that. Just send an email to the letter K, Green at volusia.org. This is Carissa Green over here, and she will get you all set up to do that. This morning, we are pleased to have Pastor Brad Gwartney of Stetson Baptist Church. Pastor, you want to start us off? And please stand if you care to.
Council, it's an honor to pray with you this morning. Let's open this meeting in prayer. Father God, there's much work to do today. So we take a moment just to give you the honor that you deserve. God, we thank you that you're the great provider. Today we ask that you provide wisdom as we do our best to honor you with this meeting. God, you're the great healer. And there's so many in our community that need healing today. God, I pray that you provide the comfort they need just to make it through the day. God, we know that you are doing incredible things in our midst. God, we pray that you bring our community closer together. God, that we see lives restored, families brought back together, and that the work today will be done in a way that honors you. God, there's important things to be done, so let us do it in a way of civility, in a way that is just ultimately honoring to you. Father God, I thank you for this city, this incredible community that we get to live in, and God, we pray that we'd see it drawn closer to you, and that it'd be just a better place to live. We love you, Lord. We give this time to you, and in your name we pray. Amen.
so much.
Okay, Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Robbins,
Here.
Mr. Santiago,
Here.
Mr. Dempsey, Mr. Johansson, Mr. Kent,
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. So we are down one, Councilman Dempsey, but we have a quorum. So we will start the meeting with public participation. When I call your name, please come up to the podium. Make sure that there is a microphone close to your mouth so that we can hear you, and it is going out on the internet. You have 3 minutes to speak about anything that pertains to county business. It does not have to be an item on the agenda, but we ask that it would be pertain to something the council could act on in the future, so county business. And we also ask that you would be respectful of everyone in the room and the people listening, including children, that you would be respectful with your language. And with that, we will get started with Robert Flaherty.
Robert Flaherty, Deltona. I have the deputy's body cam footage that clearly identifies the man who killed my sister. The driver's brother arrived on scene before the investigator and lobbied the officers for Blue Shield favors. The investigator told Judge Dempsey in court he did not have evidence and declined 2 offers of a continuance to produce evidence. He told the Internal Affairs investigation he did not have evidence. How is this possible when the evidence is his body cam footage? This is blatant misconduct or worse. I need the Volusia County Council to discover and share why the Volusia County Sheriff's Office suppressed this evidence, allowing a retired police officer to be found not guilty. Thank you.
David Hill.
Hello, Dave Hill, Miller Road. Miller Lake is about the same height as it was the last time I spoke to you. Miller Lake has never been this high in my lifetime. It's likely that our neighborhood will flood this year if we have a major rain event. Are the people of Miller Lake to assume that yearly flooding will occur now? If we do flood again, does the county have a plan for Miller Road, Shady Lane, and Alice Drive? Is the county objecting to any St. John's water management permits that direct water into Miller Lake? Currently, St. John's Water Management is going to approve a permit that will direct water into unnamed lake, which we call Wawa Lake. Water that is moved into Wawa Lake will move through Royal Oaks Professional Center, St. John's Water Management permitted system, and into Miller Lake. For 7 years, Wawa Lake drained into Miller Lake illegally. Please object to this permit and future St. John's Water Management permits that move water into Miller Lake. Has anyone witnessed Royal Oaks Professional Center 2017 permitted system during a typical thunderstorm? Within minutes, the weir is bypassed and additional water is flowing over the weir. The 3 storm drains on Tremont Drive are overwhelmed and water flows west on Tremont Drive and into Big Lots Pond and into Miller Lake. This flow of water has to stop. Please stop the flow of water from east of 1792 and remove the floodwaters from Miller Lake. Help the people of Miller Lake get their land back and our way of life back. I feel because the height of the water now is as high as it's ever been in my lifetime, the next flood is going to flood Shady Lane. Now you're going to have people on Shady Lane that can't get out. And if Shady Lane floods, Alice Drive won't get out. And I don't understand why you're not doing anything, because we are going to flood again. The water is where it's at. You've seen the horse farm disappear. That started when FDOT built their pond. So the attack on Miller Lake has to stop, or we're going to turn into the largest retention pond in West Volusia. And that I can't sell my house now because I have to disclose that you may or may not have access depending on the weather and depending on nothing is being done. So I'm asking you guys to do something. You have some responsibility here. You dug out and made the lake bigger. That retention pond, you haven't seen that retention pond in 4 years. It's been totally covered. It's up to the top of the culverts. So I'm asking you all to do something. Thank you for your time.
Catherine Levinson.
Hard to follow that one. Catherine Levinson, Miller Pond, which is now Miller Lake. So I have a little slideshow for you. It's a little different. I usually tell you all different things. Well, this is a new one for you. Well, maybe not. I think you guys probably know this. So Forever Florida, which shows the wildlife corridors that go all the way through the whole state. And, okay, next slide. It also shows them going through Volusia County. Go ahead, next slide. So here's Volusia County. You can see the little square at the top, which shows you. Okay, next slide. Here is Miller Lake, which is really Miller Pond. You can see it in the yellow. It's kind of a little thing right there. You see the triangle, that's roads. So we are actually in Forever Florida, which means a lot. It means that it's a conservation area. It means that the rare species are allowed to go through there. And it means that you guys are not supposed to be flooding us. It's against the law. Okay, next slide. The state law. Here it is again, another highlight one that you can see. All the red and pink areas are the areas that are conservation areas where rare species are allowed to go through the corridor. And you can see in the pink and the red right here next to the road is Miller Lake and Miller Lake community. We are a big part of it. Next slide, please. So when you purposely flood a property in Forever Florida, there is penalties. And somehow they got bypassed because I don't have another slide for this one, I'll just tell you. In Forever Volusia, all those restrictions are all gone. They just disappear on the internet. So there's something going on where you guys took off, or Forever Volusia took off all the Forever Florida restrictions. How did that happen? I just would like to know why. I'm not a lawyer. I just see that something changed. And Forever Florida has been around since 2001. We've been a conservation area since 2001. And now we're getting flooded on purpose, which is what this slide shows you. And I would just like to have a reason. I want to know why we're getting flooded on purpose from Orange City, and you guys are allowing it. And of course, the river management people are allowing it. It needs to stop. All the animals are displaced. I told you last time how my dog gets sick every time he drinks the water, and I can't stop it because he's a puppy. The bears, the deer, even armadillos are just like, they're all stressed out. And you can tell I've lived there long enough. I have cameras everywhere. I watch the animals. And none of them are right. Nothing is right. So we've got to fix this. And I know you guys can make a solution. You're all smart. You're here for a reason. We need it solved. We need it solved like 6 months ago. Because here we are 8 months out since the hurricane. And I still can't get out to my dock. I still can't get out anywhere. My property's still flooded. So please help us. That's what we're here for. Thank you.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. Years ago, there was a gentleman that would show up at the city commission meetings and talk about the fluoridation in water. And nothing was done. Nothing was said to him. Nothing was anything. And so for 6 months, every city commission meeting, the gentleman kept coming over and over again until finally they had a meeting and it was resolved. Miller Lake is coming, and they will be here every meeting until they're satisfied one way or the other. So I'm asking, please, for the rest of us, you may not be bothered by it, but the rest of us are. did I miss the memo about the loud tie day? I mean, all these ties that are just a little bit bright and cheerful. Looks good, but it's just unusual that 5 out of the 6 of you do have loud ties. Item H, sand. How far is this sand going to come up? I know we were talking about hopefully that the sand would eventually come up to Daytona Beach, maybe, possibly, and even Ormond. So how far is this particular sand going to go? Hopefully it's closer past New Smyrna Beach. And lastly, parking garage. Now, I've talked to Troy about it. Several times, I can't get to my house because the Ocean Center is having something, all right? And I've talked to Lynn, and I talked to our police chief, and I talked to our city manager, I talked to Mike Chitwood, and all. Everybody understands that there's a problem. Now, this problem goes back 30 years, all right? 20 years ago, when we knew there was a problem, you guys expanded your Ocean Center. Beautiful, attractive, more used than it had always been. But the problem was you all didn't have enough money to do it right, so the city allowed you not to put in a parking garage. Because in our city, whenever you build something, you have to have parking per square footage, etc. That applies to county property as well. So you were supposed to build another parking garage, and you guys didn't have the money, so you didn't build it. So now we're having a problem every time graduation comes around every year. Every time there's 2 events, major events in the area, every Memorial Day, every Labor Day, we have parking problems. Again, this graduations, parking problems. You get, you're going to leave Halifax open for us, except the fact that at 2 intersections, when the cars back up, the traffic stops on Halifax because you can't get the people into parking spaces because everybody comes in at the last minute. So I'm asking you to take a look carefully about a parking garage for that area because we absolutely need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Karstens?
Hi, how are you doing? Yes, I'm Mark Karstens from Orange City, and the reason I'm here is a reminder that, let me see. Yeah, on June the 26th at 2 o'clock, we're going to be having the Historic Preservation Board meeting, and I usually sit where Jeff Brower is because I'm the chair of the what do you call Historic Preservation Board. It's an honor for me to be able to sit there. I really appreciate it, and I'm trying to get these seats behind me filled with people to come that are interested in the historic preservation issues in the county, and making life better and preserving buildings, because once they're gone forever. You can't bring these historic buildings back, so we have to. And we are a certified local government. We're part of the certified local government. And Kimberly Redding she's a historic preservation officer. And I really do invite you to come on, June the 26th at 2 o'clock. I'm trying to get the seats as full as possible, to have as many people from the local people come to the meetings, because I'd like to fill the seats if possible. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, that concludes the public comments for the beginning of the meeting. We will move to item 1, approval of the agenda. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion to approve by Councilman Robbins and a second by Councilman Reinhardt. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the agenda is approved as written, 6-0. Any comments wanted on the consent item? Anybody want to comment on an item after it's voted on? If not, does anybody have an item they would like to pull for a vote?
Chairman, motion to approve consent agenda as proposed by
Second.
staff.
Okay. Councilman Kent makes a motion to approve the consent agenda as proposed. A second was by Councilman Robbins. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And consent agenda is passed 6-0. Wonder if this is an omen for how the day is going to go.
Vote to shout.
Okay, item 3. Item 3 is a resolution to consider extension of the Holly Hill Community Redevelopment Agency.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is a request from the City of Holly Hill for two things. One is an extension of an existing CRA and a modification to that plan. CRAs, pardon the acronym, is Community Redevelopment Areas. This is something that is enabled by Florida statutes and is something that cities and counties have utilized as part of their redevelopment areas for areas that have been deemed blighted. There's a full process that you have to go through. It's specifically called out in Florida statutes as to what is a blight study, what is a blight plan, and how you can utilize that to develop policies and strategies to alleviate the blight and create a more vibrant area. Holly Hill is one of 17 community redevelopment areas that we have in Volusia County. It was established in 1996 after going through a series of negotiations with the county in 1992. I have to clarify that a city of itself cannot simply create a community redevelopment area. That is why this is here in front of you today. The county council has the authority to delegate that right to those cities, and as such, goes through this process to ensure that we have a check and balance, that these areas that may be deemed blight by the cities are consistent with what the county wants to see be done. One of the things that Holly Hill is facing is a deadline of December of 2026. They are trying to make sure that they beat that deadline for a potential extension because they feel that there's still additional work that needs to be done. And it talks about the amount of money that they are currently pulling in and what they would like to be able to do with it. It's roughly a 755-acre area. As you can see in the studies that were provided to us by Holly Hill and their consultant, they've identified the past things that they've done, and those lists are listed right here in front of you. One of the things that your staff looks at is what has been the policy direction established by your county council. In previous years, in 2010 and then again in 2015, there were very specific guidelines that the county council provided to staff and, more importantly, to the cities. Prior to that time, there weren't as many restrictions, and so therefore many of the existing CRAs prior to those times had really relatively free will with the use of the tax increment financing funds. Tax increment financing is a method of saying that we're starting this redevelopment district at this year, and then going forward, any increases in taxable value will be kept from going into either the general fund or municipal service district or other taxing services and will be funneled solely within that community redevelopment area. Well, one of the things that the county council saw in 2010 and subsequently in 2015 was a concern with how that was being done. They wanted to have a little bit better control as to what the projects were. They wanted to make sure that the funding sources were appropriate. And what you see in some of the newer community redevelopment areas, such as you see in Deltona, where there was restrictions on how it could be spent. And there was a requirement that over time, the county's contribution was being slowly reduced over the time frame. So therefore, what you would see is the first 5 years would be at 95%, and as it closed out, it would be closer to 50% at the end. The other aspect is that the county council really wanted to make sure that these were being spent for capital projects, not operational needs and those things, because county council felt that the taxes that were being diverted away from the general fund and municipal service district needed to go for infrastructure. This information has been provided to the city of Holly Hill. They are aware of what the requirements are, the standards that were established by the resolutions that were approved in 2015, specifically 2015-46. And so what they've done is come through and they've provided us with an updated plan they believe complies with those standards. Staff has gone through it. Right now, you can see that Table 5 in that plan, I believe it's on page 46, correct? Shows the projects that they are proposing as part of this update. The whole point is that they were identifying to us that these are the potential projects, understanding that the amount of money that's shown in these tables may exceed the actual amount of money that's collected through the tax increment financing, but it gives the county an idea of what could be utilized for. So at this point, it's the county council's decision as to whether or not they feel it's appropriate. So there are two actions that are being requested. One is an extension. The second is a modification. So you can approve, you can amend, or you can deny. At this point, staff is available to answer any questions you may have. And I know that there are representatives from the city here who will be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Let's start with questions for staff of the city. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clay, can you give us and I'm sorry to just throw this question at you, but can you give us some short history as from the legislature on action they've been taking towards CRA over the last few years?
Oh, yes, sir. They've definitely identified CRAs as something they would like to see sunsetted. Several years ago, they passed some legislation which limited the time frame that these things could exist, except by approval of a supermajority of the local body. There was a pending bill this past year which would have changed that time frame and shortened it considerably. So yes, there is what you're seeing at the legislative level right now, there is a shift away from encouraging these and trying to curtail them.
So it sounds like they keep adjusting or looking at closing the door towards the future of CRAs.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have for right now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Kent for questions.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I have a question for the mayor of Holly Hill, Mr. Penny. Mayor Penny. Mayor, thank you for being here and for several of your commissioners and your city manager. I appreciate it. My question is, as you know, CRAs and TIF districts help areas that are blighted. This area that we're talking about, would you still, as the mayor of Holly Hill, would you still consider this area to be blighted?
Yes, I think the thing that made our city great in the 50s and 60s was US 1, the US 1 corridor. That's our main street. And in the 50s and 60s, the only way to get from New York to Miami was US 1. So they had to pass through our city. And all these little cottage motels popped up. And they would start to advertise air conditioning or cable TV or a pool. It's a nice place to stop, spend the night, and then travel to South Florida. When the interstate came and the turnpike came, traffic on our street stopped. And the motels on our main street fell into a state of disrepair. And so recently, some of the motels have been redeveloped where my office complex is. It's called Cottage Row Plaza. And at one time, there were 24 motel units there, 12 individual buildings. A developer bought that several years ago, and with some incentives from the CRA, turned that into 12 standalone business condos. So there's massage therapists there, there's counselors there, you can get your hair cut there, you can buy insurance from me there. So that's one of our success stories. But unfortunately, there's much more work to be done. We have one of our greatest assets that we have now is Pictona. And that was thankful to ECHO and from our CRA that when I first got involved in politics, I wanted to change the unearned negative reputation of Holly Hill. I grew up in Volusia County my entire life. And as I got involved in the community, I found out that many of the things that people said about our community just weren't true. But we have a long way to go. And we're just starting to lift ourselves up. I was talking to Representative Santiago earlier that if you fly down our city on Google Earth, you can get on Google Earth and change the dates. And you see the improvements that we've made over the last 20 years. We're getting better. But I'll credit our city manager, Joe Forte, that we're here, we want to be here, and how do we get there? One rung at a time. And it's been slow and methodical, but I think our CRA is one of the most fiscally responsible in Volusia County, and in the entire state, I'd put that up against. So we have a long way to go. We've brought ourselves up, but there's still a lot more work to do, and we graciously appreciate the 10-year extension.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate the hard work you and your commission and your management staff have been doing in Holly Hill. I mean, the results, you can obviously see them, like you said, if you fly down Google Earth, but even if you go back in your Rolodex a little bit and think about how it used to look. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, of course, how important is this to you and your community for this extension to help get the jobs you want to get done, the improvements you want to get done in your community over the finish line? How important is this extension?
I think it's a 10 out of 10. And people will criticize, I've heard people criticize that some of the funding from the CRA is charity to developers. And I believe that the CRA is in place to make deals happen that wouldn't happen in the private sector, I'm sorry. So if we can incentivize by helping someone with landscaping, helping someone with a sign, or helping someone with facade improvement, we can get some of those deals across the finish line to make the deals happen, where we're just that close. One of the things where we try to send out representatives to recruit national businesses, a Dairy Queen. I'd love to have a Dairy Queen in our city. But when we do the demographics, they do a 3-mile study. We're 1,000 feet from the Halifax River. So 3 miles is out into the ocean. So we don't have the demographics to support some of these national companies and these national chains to come to our community because the population just isn't there. Quite frankly, we don't have that much disposable income either. We're a blue-collar working community. We have a lot of people that work hard that just don't have the disposable income. And so the tool of the CRA will help us get some of these deals across the finish line.
Mayor, thank you for being here. Thank you for answering my questions. And I'll just end my comment to you with, you may not have a Dairy Queen, but you do have a Sonic, and my wife drives there just for the ice alone. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. My questions actually, I only have one. The mayor answered a couple of them for me, but for Clay. Currently, we have how many CRAs in the county again? You may have
17.
17. And would you say the majority of them are already at 2036? And there's only a handful that are before that, one of which is Holly Hill at 2026?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I would say South Daytona is coming close.
Oh, look, Joe Forte, right here, he's on it.
But everyone else is 2036.
2036,
Yes.
So we're looking at one that is...
Joe's done the research, good for him.
Yeah, he must have known I was going to ask that question. So, and there was a comment, and my other is a comment, if that's okay, Chair, with respect to this. I'm done with the question. There was a development that was going to go into South Daytona, and unfortunately it fell through. One of the comments that the developer had said was it was a luxury apartment complex, and they were going to have a ferry, if you will, or a boat taxi that would travel the intercoastal. And the idea was to stop at different locations, even go across the river to Daytona Beach shores. But the comment was made at that time, and it kind of stuck in my head, that they had an idea of going down as far north as Ormond into Mr. Kent's district. And I thought that would be awesome if we could put more of that there. I have personally seen, I've been in Volusia County since 1970 and on the west side, but spent a lot of time over here. And I have seen the improvements myself from what Holly Hill has done. And so I would like to see others take note of that and maybe bring theirs up to speed. So, but that was the only question. Thank you very much.
Councilman Robbins, you have questions?
Yes, sir. Good. Mayor, may I call on you again? Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Mayor, for your representation and leadership on this subject here. Just because I'm not as familiar with Holly Hill as some of my other colleagues are, Just have a couple questions. Just trying to look at and drill down consistency-wise across the county. If you were to pick top out of all these initiatives, what would be your top three that you must-haves? Separate them from the wants.
I don't have them right in front of me. You could pull them back. Can you pull them back up?
Carissa, can we?
That's the beginning of it, and then
What would you say the top three issues are in your city?
the US 1 corridor, and that is the one their priority, A1, Ridgewood corridor.
So would it be economic development, stormwater, underground utilities? Kind of, I'm looking for like a more intricate or detailed answer so I can process this a little bit better.
Well, if you asked me a year ago, I would say elimination of the motels on US 1.
Would you prioritize that over stormwater infrastructure?
If you were to ask me now, I would say stormwater.
Okay.
Because stormwater is the hot topic.
So in the present time right now, Mayor,
Yes.
and I hate to grill you on it, it would help me out so I know your core needs.
Right.
So I can make my vote the best that it can. Would you say economic development is right up there too? Can we lump that into
Yes,
the
sir.
US
Yes,
one?
sir.
How about underground utilities and the stormwater master plan on there?
I think the stormwater master plan would go right to the top.
And would you say, would it be safe to say, Mayor, that with those top priorities, can some of this other stuff, would it be a want or a need, some of this other stuff?
Things we discussed would be needs. Some of the other things would be wants, landscaping, public art, that's a want. But the needs, if we get back to the core principles of what the government's supposed to provide, it would be the things that we just discussed.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for, I'll pause.
I had one more
You had one
question.
more?
Oh,
For Clay.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Clay, thank you. I'm sorry. Got up too quick. Real quick, do we have the leniency or discretion to narrow down? You had mentioned it on what we can assign funds if this council chooses to go direction. Can we put more stringent perimeters on what this money can be used for?
yes, sir. It's your decision to identify what projects you feel are appropriate for the county funds.
Thanks. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. I got a question for our finance team.
Here's a whole team.
Yeah, right? Yeah, you are now. What's this going to cost? If we approve this, what's this going to cost us annually?
The extension from 2027 through 2036 at current rates would be approximately $1 million a year.
$1 million a year? And that's general, would that generally be general revenue funds? It would go into general revenue?
As it's written right now, the resolution that's in front of you would just be general fund.
Okay.
The current CRA that expires in 2026 is all funds.
Gotcha. Do you happen to know what is the legislature's cap on the lawful millage rate that a city can impose?
I believe it's actually in the Constitution of 10 mills.
Okay, Constitution. Okay, didn't I know? 10 mills?
It's 10 mills. I believe it's in the Constitution. It's either
Okay.
that or that. Maybe it's both.
What is Holly Hill's current millage rate?
5.8.
So they have room.
There is 4.2 remaining.
Okay, that's all my questions for you. Thank you, Ryan. Mr. Chairman, I think you gave Matt a little latitude to just shift into comments. If I could have the same, I'd like to just share a couple of items. Unless there's other questions.
Yeah, no, I think
Okay.
we're ready for comments
Thank-
anyway.
Thank you. to my colleagues and to the mayor, thank you for being here and your council. I have a lot of respect for you coming here and making your appeal. And I want you to know that my comments are not relative to specific Holly Hill. I have a philosophical approach that still was within me regarding CRAs. And a lot of that is driven from historical information that I've had over the years, not just specifically to Holly Hill. Today I've seen Holly Hill, but throughout our state. And I generally have an opinion of them similar to what the legislature continues to work towards eliminating them. But my motive today is more Volusia County centric. And to my colleagues, I think most of us know that as we go into this budget cycle, we're going to be under immense pressure to drive towards rollback, right? And a lot of that's going to be driven around what revenues that we have in order to make decisions on how much we're bringing in and where do we want to cut, if anything. And I pulled up an old text message, not old, actually, it was probably just a couple weeks ago from a legislator office that complimented Volusia on how we have gone on our millage rate compared to most of our neighbors and compared to the rest of the state. And just to put things in perspective, I'm assuming they have these numbers right. It came from them. We went from just a few years ago, 5.59 to last year, 3.20. And they were amazed on what we've been able to accomplish here in Volusia. And I think because we've been fiscally conservative. That being said, that we have to be very careful how much money we dish out. What I've learned in these last 2 years being in the county council is that we get blamed for everything. Everything. I don't care if it happens in the city limits or unincorporated, we get blamed for it. And people look for solutions here. And oftentimes those solutions, guess what they cost? Money. And so I want to, I'm of the opinion that, and I know Holly Hill is probably worthy of it, but I think we should stick to the path of saying, you have room in your millage. They can self-impose this tax, raise their millage rate for their people to cover this $1 million to do what they want. And I wish them the best. Councilmember Robbins, you asked questions about stormwater. I think he said it was the top priority, which I think is probably a good top priority. We have funds dedicated specifically for those types of needs in our 386, I forgot what we were calling it. But we have plenty of funds available to that, and I want to help towards that. So if we have to find $1 million or a couple of $1 million to help Holly Hill to accomplish those high priorities of them, I'm willing to champion that. I'm sure their representative would too. And let me see what other notes I got here. Stormwater. Gentlemen, we in the next few months, we're going to be under enormous pressure. I just want to repeat that on what we're going to accomplish here in Volusia. And I think we need to bring back all of this CRA funds over time, as the legislature is guiding us to do. And today is really a prequel, what we do on how the other 16 are going to line up. This is just unfortunate, but that's what's going to happen. And Holly Hill, thank you for the good work you've done. I think your city has a good image now, and I respect the historical perspective. I don't have a negative image of your city, but I want to be a partner in different ways. And I don't think the CRA is good for Volusia County and our governing body as things progress here. So with that, I would ask my colleagues to respectfully decline this, and then let's find other ways to work with them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are you making a motion? Not yet. You want to hear from? Okay. Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. It's interesting to me and I'll start with myself on this, how short our memories can be about things and how areas look. I can tell you, it's just my opinion that, I know we're talking about Holly Hill and I'm going to mention them, but it's just my opinion that a properly utilized, incredibly successful CRA in a TIF district is Ormond Beach is the poster child of that. If I showed you a picture of downtown Ormond Beach 18 years ago, you would not believe it was the same place as today. It is a thriving downtown that has a synergy that makes you want to be there, shop there, eat there, spend time there. And that is because we have a wildly successful CRA in that TIF district. The next one I want to talk about is Holly Hill. I love that the mayor talked about Holly Hill as the working man's blue collar community. Spot on. It's a much smaller city in our 16 cities with a much smaller budget. And Mr. Santiago, I got to tell you, I'll be totally transparent. I didn't even tell Holly Hill this when I met with them 4 or 5 months ago. What I don't like about this is that it's another 10 years when they've already had 30. I'm going to be transparent and just say that. I'm not crazy about that part. But here's the flip side to that. They have made huge strides and they need more help now. And instead of taking $1 million out of certain pots of money that we have in the community, I would rather continue with 10 years on this CRA. Mayor Penny, I loved your honest remarks to Councilman Robbins about needs and wants. You didn't stand there and say everything's a need. You were honest and transparent, and I appreciate that. I like the idea that Mr. Robbins talked about calling out specific areas where we could approve the CRA to specifically help Holly Hill. And I'll just also add, Holly Hill residents pay county taxes also. They're also county residents, and you're good, fine people of Holly Hill. They pay taxes to the county of Volusia just like everybody else. It's that blue-collar working man's community. And I bet if we took a picture of Holly Hill 18 years ago and looked at it compared to today, we would also have our memory jarred. It's interesting also that one of the most blighted areas in Ormond Beach 18 plus years ago was our downtown on State Road 40 Granada, right across from City Hall. And I've had Ormond Beach talking to me about now their blighted area is US 1, where Holly Hill and Ormond meet, heading north up to destination Daytona. Okay? So I get exactly what you're saying, Mayor, and to your commission that's here. I'm also very pleased with the leadership of the Mayor of Holly Hill and your current commission. So I appreciate your honesty. I appreciate you coming forward and asking for this extension because it will help the city. And council, I'm of course open to listening to everybody, but I will make a motion to approve this for another 10 years. And I'm open to an amendment of my motion after listening to anybody, but I know Mr. Robbins talked about specific areas where he wants the money to go. I'm open to that, to making possible amendment to that motion if I do indeed get a second. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to approve the CRA for 10 years.
Second.
Johan. Oh, go ahead.
And the second was, did he just say Reinhardt? Okay. It sounded just like Jake Johansson. Okay. Important thing is we do have a second by Vice Chair Reinhardt. Okay, well, I hate to follow that now. Mayor Penny, I'm going to tell you that you have served your city well this morning. You're a really good mayor. I used to, is my time up? I used to live in Holly Hill decades ago, and I have seen vast improvement. It's one of the first places my family goes at Christmas time to see all the Christmas lights on US 1. Chris Villa and Joe Forte and that council served the city well. You and this council and Joe are serving your city well. Now, here comes the however. I am philosophically opposed to CRAs and to extending them, and I'm going to be a no vote for this reason. Mr. Santiago mentioned that it's going to be really hard for us to not overspend in our general fund. We are trying to go to rollback. We've been successful every year, and we have to continue that. The CRAs, not just this one, but all the CRAs, take money from the county, and yet we're still required to provide the essential services that the county provides. So it's a double cost. The problem is, as I look around the county, is I represent the whole county. I travel the whole county, and everywhere I go, people say, would you please reduce our taxes? I can't afford to live here anymore because of property taxes, the mortgage payment or the rent, and homeowners insurance. It's hard. And so I want to keep driving us to go to rollback. And the general fund, where this comes out of, not just from Holly Hill, but from all 17 CRAs, make that very difficult. So what actually a CRA is doing is asking every city and the taxpayers in every city to participate in the needs of Holly Hill. That's not a bad thing, except that every city also has needs, and they're trying to meet their needs without raising their taxes, or to raise them as slightly as possible. So I can't vote for this and ask every other city in this county to live within their own means, solve their problems, and then approve other cities reaching in to their taxes and asking them to help pay for the needs of Holly Hill. I think it's happening at the federal level, the state level. It needs to happen at the county level, and the city levels, that we all are reducing every way we can our expenses. You do have work to do. You mentioned stormwater, probably the most important one, but so does every other city here, and so does the county. So for those reasons, I'm opposed not to just the Holly Hill CRA, but to all 17 of the CRAs. I think the legislature has this one right. Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. I'm kind of in the same boat as you and David with the philosophical aspect of CRAs. As most of you know, I spent a little bit of time with the city manager hat on. I had 2 of them in Port Orange. I know some of my other east side cities had them as well as Ormond and Holly Hill. I'm very pleased to see what Ormond did, and I was very excited to see after the 2008 dump in real estate that Holly Hill was able to come out and seal the deal with Peytona, which has really done great things for not only Holly Hill but the surrounding areas. You all have some international folks coming to play and participate in pickleball, and I know that sparked the interest in the area to the point where now you want to get moving and you run out of time. I also appreciate your answers to Councilman Robbins' questions about where the money's going to go, and I think if this goes that direction, that I'd like to see a lot of the money going toward infrastructure. Holly Hill is the end of a lot of people's problems, not just Holly Hills. So infrastructure and stormwater is important. We're going to end up paying for that project somehow, anyhow, or we're going to keep flooding. So where does the money come from? It's probably stacked by every grant known to mankind, including this money. And as far as the happy stuff, I know that's important for small business in the area as well. But when you run out of money, you run out of money. So I don't know where I fall on this yet. But when we talk about getting money back in our county fund and stop the CRA business, there's still 16 out there, most of which terminate in 2036. So if this passes, I'd like to follow it up pretty close with a hard look at an ordinance that says no CRAs past 2036. So if this one passes, they all sundown, and we're out of the game in 2036. $1 million a year, I don't know what the county millage is, 0.000 something. I'm not saying it's not an impact. We fret over $600,000, $500,000. But seeing what Holly Hill is doing with the money right now, and that they're I'll coin the term, they're on the roll. I don't want that momentum to stop. There are a bunch of other cities who aren't on the roll right now, and I would have no problem saying, you stalled, you haven't made movement, or you're not using the money the way we think you should be. But in this case, they're doing a great job. So I'm torn right now, but I'm very supportive of the momentum piece and the money piece. It's very possible that $14 million they're asking for stormwater will come from us in addition to their CRA money to make it happen quicker. So that's all I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. I'll tell you, it's not an easy one. With this, David's got some great points. Everybody had some great points. But at the end of the day, how I'm looking at this, and I don't like CRAs in all honesty, but there's another side to this. With the current conditions that we have now, we want to reduce taxes. Which is better, reducing the taxes or fix the infrastructure, which is a better investment, is how I'm looking at it. And with that tax savings that the people would be getting, would it be a better investment or better for them to fix the infrastructure, for instance, for stormwater, because they'd be using that tax savings to fix their home, to fix their roads, or pay for insurance premiums, whatever the case may be. So, just so everyone knows where my head is at, there it is. We're getting calls. I mean, I've heard it for the last 4 years. Stormwater. We do represent everyone. We have to work together with our cities while keeping our tax burdens down. All hands on deck. This can no longer wait. Ignoring this is not an option. We hear it every day. So what is, my biggest question is, what's the right answer? So, if I do vote in favor to get rid of this, it's only to be on the prevailing side so we can further look at this. But there has to be a way to address the core needs because we do represent everyone, and we have to address their needs as well and be a good partner in this community. So thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Danny, I like the path you were going, in infrastructure stuff, and I acknowledge that. The other 15 cities have similar issues, right? And we're right at the heart of it, as far as because most of those funds, the big funds, come to the county for us to disperse. And I don't know, we've had a couple $100 million, I may be off, but that we are working with all the cities, and including our projects, to get to the people where they need it. And I agree, they all pay county taxes, so we do. They all get county services as everyone else does, regardless of where you live. So, but Mr. Chairman, I wanted to share something, if I can get our finance team real quick. And I want you to understand my motive. And it's nothing personal to Holly Hill. Like I said, change the name to XYZ City. It applies the same. But about a month ago or 3 or 4 weeks ago, I went to our finance team and our leadership team, and I wanted to find a way to eliminate the 5-cent gas tax for Volusia County. All right? I said, I want to get rid of that. I want to give some people relief. What's it going to cost? What do we got to do? So I got into this, I got a great idea, right? Even though it's a simple idea, but I wanted to find a way to bring that back to the council. And I met with them, and I think it was going to be somewhere between $5 and $7 million is what I was told annually that we receive for that. And it's predominantly utilized within our resurfacing program, most of those funds. That's what I learned. And I know we're not in the budget time, but I got information from our finance team. It's kind of a preview of some of the headwinds that we're going to be facing as we get into our budget cycle. And Mr. Chairman, if I could, can you please share some of the concerns that you have that may be headwinds for us to deal with our budget? You could pause my time, because then I'll close.
I presume that you're speaking about the general fund, because that's what the Holly Hill CRA
That is correct.
would be coming from. The general fund will be fully covered in 2 weeks at the 5-year forecast. However, some of the already identified issues are, from a budgetary perspective, sales tax sharing from the state is down, probably about $2 million a year impact to the general fund. Sales tax at the state level also funds a program that the state calls state revenue sharing. Compared to the budgeted level for the current year, we're anticipating about a $4 million drop in those revenues that will be available to us. In addition, there's probably about $1 million drop in revenues related to corrections phone commissions. That was a change that was initiated by changes in regulations from the Federal Communications Commission, FCC. We've also identified through our conversations with the tax collector, who has not officially submitted a budget yet, but we do believe that the excess fees that he remits to us will also probably be down by about $2 million. And then finally, from a revenue side of things, while the revenues for the beach are up versus last year, when you balance a budget, you have to anticipate what your revenues will be. So in the FY25 budget that we're in today, we anticipated off-beach parking revenues to be $7 million based off of what a consultant had told us back then. It's trending towards 3. Optimistically, maybe it could be higher. So that's a $4 million budgetary gap, although it's $3 million of new revenue. There's a similar but smaller gap in toll collections. So there's a lot of revenue gaps that we're facing this year, even without addressing the fact that we're in an inflationary environment when it comes to expenditures. Some of our external expenditures, like the Department of Juvenile Justice, that we're required to pay by the state, looks like about $1 million increase. Sunrail, probably another $1 million increase. CRA payments, not just Holly Hill, but all of them together, close to $1 million increase.
In new
contributions.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
And then county operations, we have some inflationary costs that we have to balance against, but we're also looking to cut where we can. So tentatively, we're pretty flat in the county expenditure budget, which, considering the inflation that we're facing in healthcare, in FRS rates, and contractor rates, it is a good place to be. But just because your expenditures are level doesn't mean that you can address all of the revenue issues that we have. So that's a preview of the 5-year forecast.
Thank you. And I apologize for putting you on the spot, because I know you're still going through that. But I think it's important for this conversation, because we're essentially saying we want to give away $1 million a year for the next 10 years. That's basically the decision that we're making today, gentlemen. And I added up just there, that's $9 million of lost revenue that we potentially face. Again, nothing against Holly Hill. It's XYZ City. And then separate from that, a $4 million gap. gentlemen, we can't do this, especially with, I'm thinking we're going to be talking about potentially rollback. I'm going to just say that I think that's going to be the narrative here. If we're going to do that, then we got to cut other services that the county has to do. The cities are granted by Constitution a millage cap of 10 mills, that their constituents hold them accountable to them. They have that flexibility. I think they have to make a decision what their priorities are and utilize that at their discretion with their constituents. I'm all in for infrastructure, and let's find ways to spend the existing hundreds of millions of dollars that we have that are not allocated from general revenue funds. Gentlemen, the prudent decision here is to deny and send a clear message that we can no longer be in the CRA business, but we'll be partners in other ways that we can. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. All good comments from every council member and from Holly Hill and even our director from finance. Briefly, I'm just going to touch on the finance piece about the beach, and I'm glad that you clarified, even though the projections were down, that is still new money off beach parking that we did not have. And I say let's wait until the fat lady sings. I mean, it's June 3rd. We have a full summer that we need to just check receipts and see what it looks like then. It also sounded like toll revenues were up, since you said they mimicked what off beach was, but they're not at the projection that we were hoping for thus far. So anyway, that being said, Council, I am still in favor of this, even listening to my distinguished colleague, Mr. Santiago, share his very valid comments, and I'm gonna reach out to Mr. Johansson and Mr. Robbins and see what is it we need to do to get a yes on this. Because Jake, I'm with you on 2036. We say all of these are sunsetting and this is going to be it. I'm there. I'm with you on that. And Mr. Robbins, I'm also with you as far as amending my motion or withdrawing my motion if the seconder is okay with it, and restating my motion to make sure that this money focuses on infrastructure needs in Holly Hill. I think those are both wise and prudent ways to address this. And I think it was Mr. Johansson or maybe it was Mr. Robbins that said, we've been hearing people screaming about stormwater and it's got to be addressed one way or the other. So I appreciate Mr. Santiago talking about there's still meat on the bone for Holly Hill to go up to 10 mills. I mean, that's brutal for your residents. And I'm not willing to tell Holly Hill that because I don't believe this council or any past county council has ever told a community, hey, you yourselves can go ahead and hammer that out on your own. This is a partnership. CRAs currently are allowed. CRAs are working in our community. As the old English phrase, the proof is in the pudding. And Holly Hill, I don't think that you have spent your money foolishly. You bring real facts to the table. And I heard, about the benefits of Pictona in that community, but how about for Volusia County? How about for the state of Florida? People traveling here just to go to that complex and participate. It's a neat thing that you all have there. And that's why I'm still in favor of it. But I want you to know I'm willing to change my motion to help my colleagues feel more comfortable about this. I think Mr. Johansson and Mr. Robbins bring up some very valid points. Thank you.
You don't like my points? I'm joking.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. This may be more of a staff question, and David hit on it earlier. Stormwater infrastructure, has Holly Hill, or have we been working with Holly Hill to address or any applications for some of these projects that they're asking for? In other words, would they qualify under the Transform 386 or Milton funds?
Yeah, we already are working with them. They have some projects. I'm not so sure. There might have been some more utility projects, but I do believe they've also got worthwhile, very important stormwater projects. And we work with them. We've met with them. We met with the mayor, met with the manager on our canals and ditches that are in their city as well.
Will we be able to fund their stormwater master plan and some of their other infrastructure stuff with any of those? And what I'm trying to drill down on, county manager, is the residents have already been taxed, through our tax system all the way up at the federal level. So if we can somehow make these work and address their core needs, like the mayor was saying, how do we use it? How can we make that happen with the Transform 386 or Milton money? That
was certainly eligible on the storm water projects, not necessarily all the utility, but definitely for the storm water. The only thing I must say, remember, it is a competition. So, we can't sit here today and say they're going to get X, Y, Z, because they're in competition with the other cities as well. So I hesitate to just say, hey, that's going to get all taken care of, but I'm sure they will get money or more monies through the program that's out there today. My concern is this is just county-wide, again, not Holly Hill, everything. This is probably going to be a lot more stormwater project costs than there is money in this program. So it will be very competitive. And we're constantly looking at other ways to fund stormwater.
Economic development. What is our leeway? I know we've done a lot of projects, and I know it's probably a no-no, even suggesting this, but I have to. I know we've had economic development reserves. I remember talking about it last few years. I know we've done some big projects out at the airport. Are our reserves that we've already been taxed on, are those eligible to help out some of their economic development needs in like a partnership or grant program? Is that possible through our economic development reserves? I mean, I thought one point
if they're doing an economic development project, they can always ask anybody else or eligible to ask for a grant. You haven't given very many grants, and you have a lot of that grant money is already spoken for. So I would hesitate to, again, sit here at the dais and be able to say exactly what, but they certainly are eligible to
so that's something
require.
we would be able to help them out with, or entertain. It's not a guarantee, but what I'm looking to do is I need something to really help me justify doing this CRA. But if you're telling me that we already have funds or programs that are available to help their needs that would help potentially Holly Hill, that would make my decision a lot easier. But in anything, do we have any programs for their underground utilities or that we can help them out with, or any?
Utilities are usually treated differently because they are enterprise funds, at least for us. Cities, I know, have a little bit different rules, but typically, even our utilities also look to the state for help from the DEP and other state agencies, but we don't really have anything. We have our own utility that we have to work with.
And just for the residents, as you go down through this list, for those, it's page 47. I look at like Riverside Park improvements, and it goes back to drilling down on the core needs. 125, 150, 250. There's echo stuff that we already get taxed on for that. We also have a robust arts, cultural arts and program, established public art program. We can work with or align them with some of the programs that we do support to possibly help them out. Landscaping, I don't know. But I'm just going down this I just don't want to see overlap, and it appears that there's other revenues, as Mr. Santiago has alluded to, that can potentially cover some of the core needs of this, and I'm probably just like everybody else more than willing to help out wherever we can within our current programs that the taxpayers have already been taxed on. So that's it.
Councilman Santiago.
30 seconds, Mr. Chair. And right there is the close, Danny. I agree with you. We need to use the existing resources we have available for all of those line items because we have other budgetary dollars that we can help Holly Hill with all the other things. And gentlemen, if we're willing to, well, I'm not, but give up $1 million, why don't we just save that and find $4 million and let's give everybody a 5-cent gas tax reduction and eliminate the gas tax. That's what I'd rather do. That's my thoughts.
Councilman Johansson.
Sir, something was brought up that I just want to be clear on. When we do the budget, a lot of nonprofits and a lot of cities come to us for ECHO funding, for Forever funding. Cultural Arts comes to us for funding. And a lot of times, those funding sources, especially ECHO, has a city match. That city match comes from the same people that are paying the same tax for ECHO. It's just coming from a different source, right? You take a taxpayer's dollar, you give 50 cents of it to Holly Hill and 50 cents of it to ECHO, and then ECHO approves a grant for $1, and it's the same person's dollar. So don't think we're not double taxing in almost anything that we ask for a city match for. I'm hearing what a lot of people are saying, but nobody said it. The priority that we all seem to be concentrated on is this A2, address flooding and runoff of water quality. And Mayor Penny has also said now that's his #1 priority. And I know that particular project, in addition to all the Transform 386 things that they may or may not be putting their name in for, SRF funding if you can get it, and every other way to get utilities and flooding under control. If we said, look, that's looks like $18 million, if not a little bit more. That's not all going to come from CRA money. That's not all going to come from Transform 386. That's going to be stacked 80 ways if they can do it. But if we amend the motion to make A2 their AAA1 and say you will do everything you can to fund this first before all the happy stuff, and it can run in parallel, maybe that's what we do. It's like a 386 grant, but it's done through the CRA. But I think a lot, the reason I'm aiming toward that is because I think a lot of Holly Hills problems are causing problems in other municipalities as well, or other areas, let's put it that way. And secondly, all the updates to LPGA, because that's the other thing people complain about, the stinking traffic on LPGA. So if we can stack their priorities, and I know this, tomorrow it could change again, but stack their priorities based on the closest alligator at our ankles, it'll take 10 years to accomplish some of this stuff in its totality, and that's when the CRA would be over. So if you guys are up for that, I think Troy made the motion to demand that not demand, but put their priorities for spending their CRA money with A2 and A1 in the infrastructure enhancements as their top 2 priorities over all others. I think that will spur economic development. It will make it easier to come in and develop without a subsidy, because I don't have a flooding problem, because I don't have traffic problems. You're not trying to convince me to live in an area that's substandard because it's no longer substandard. So, Troy, are you up for that?
Absolutely.
City? Can I get some kind of Yea or nay? I won't I won't say anything. Okay, got it. So, with the stipulation that that's in a contract, I'd like to I'd like to make sure that's in the contract, Clay and Paulo. And if the motion stays the way the motion stays, and that is their priorities, then I'm good with it as it is.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to clean that motion up, Mr. Johansson, and thank you for your leadership on that. Very briefly, and I'll repeat it in the microphone. Mayor Penny, what is your annual budget in the city of Holly Hill right now?
36 million,
Is that correct?
approximately.
Okay. Thank you. That approximate $1 million a year is huge to the city of Holly Hill. Mr. Johansson, I'm going to withdraw my motion if the seconder, Mr. Reinhardt, is okay with it, and make the motion again with prioritizing A2 and A1, as Mr. Johansson mentioned, with infrastructure enhancements. And Jake, you hit the nail on the head with spurring economic development. That's exactly the goal of what I'd like to see. And Mr. Robbins, do you want something added to that motion?
Maybe considering the possible rewording with priorities, where if I, for instance, it must go towards A1 or A2. Like if we're
to get this to get this across the finish line, I would happily make that motion that the monies must, the priority must be A2 and A1 for infrastructure enhancements.
And the seconder agrees.
What's that, Ms. Conchin?
Pointing out that what's on the screen is not the infrastructure section that I think you're commenting on.
That's what I'm seeing, landscaping.
So
I'm reading page 0348 of the section 4 financial analysis and resource allocation from the city.
looking at
Table
the
5.
screen, what you see is priority A1 LPGA Boulevard is what we've heard identified, and then you have two A2s, and what we were hearing is the second A2 address flooding and runoff water quality.
Correct.
So those would be the two items that would be that the only way that the county's portion of the TIF could be utilized on those improvements.
Mr. Kent, as long as we have must in replacement of priority, I'm good. I'm good with that.
Yes, and I'm okay with that if the seconder is with a must. Yes.
Okay, so the motion is A1 and A2 only? Or did you just change that to
They must be the priority is what I
everything on that list?
On A1 and A2.
Okay, because there's a lot of landscaping, parks, trails. I thought we were talking about stormwater and infrastructure.
We are talking about stormwater infrastructure. Jake, do you want to
Yes.
elaborate?
So A2 is address flooding and runoff water quality.
That A2, not the first
Coordinate
A2.
with St. John's, develop master plan, facilitate installation of improvements in the Halifax River outflow eval, followed by LPGA Boulevard, complete design study, support realignment, support improvements, identify design constraints, gateway, and public art installations.
So, Chairman, this is under the infrastructure enhancements, not under the quality of life. Correct, Mr. Johansson?
Yes, and then if they get that done, and there's still more time on the CRA, then they can continue on. But those two have to be done.
They must be addressed first. I'm fine with that.
Could you point out where this is on this table?
Page 3-48.
On the right-hand
In your
side,
brief.
on the right-hand side, Chairman, if you look at your screen, right, or the TV screen in front of you, right there. Thank you for marking that.
Okay, so LPGA is does address flooding and runoff water quality include, does it include US 1? Is it everything in the city?
It's the master plan for the CRA, and so that's all 755 acres within the CRA. That includes US 1.
And I'll just say briefly, since I still had the floor, if this gets us there to help Volusia County and then also the city of Holly Hill, and even if it doesn't, I'm very thankful. I just want to say that publicly. I'm very thankful for this council's ability to think on the fly, make changes so that we can do something that we believe will help there. And even if you're against it, I respect that wholeheartedly. You know how I feel about your thought process, Mr. Santiago, so thank you as well.
Okay, so you've got it narrowed it down to these two areas marked.
They must be addressed first and in that motion, and then to the seconder, if you're okay with it, as Mr. Johansson mentioned, if there's still time in the CRA, after those are completed, then they can come back and we can talk about releasing that money for other projects.
Okay. One more question for you. We have 17 CRAs that come out of the county fund. How many of them retire in 2036? How many of them are coming up earlier?
I believe it's been stated that all of them retire by 2036. I know that there's one additional one that's in 2026, which is South Daytona, which we haven't heard anything about.
So that's the only earlier one. So the rest of them go for another 11 years.
What about Ormond Crossings? Ormond Crossings would be another one that would be coming up soon.
Okay. Do we know if it's coming?
I believe we've had Ormond Beach approach us about potential.
So we have 11 more years with 17 CRAs, probably.
Okay, Ormond Crossings was already extended to 2034.
Okay.
I got a question too.
Okay. Before you go.
Yeah.
Before you go, Councilman Santiago has a question for you.
Yeah, it might be for you or anybody else in the staff. Is this thing time sensitive? Do we have to decide on this today? Is there a clock?
There is a clock. It's 120 days from April 16th, so you need to have a final decision before August 14th, 2025.
So we got 2 more months. When are we going to start getting budget numbers? Calculations? Yeah, you're right.
Later today, we'll have the first set of 5-year forecasts. The general fund 5-year forecast will be at the next meeting in June. We'll be setting trim rates in July.
Okay.
And then the actual budget hearings occur in September.
So if I heard that right, we will have a better picture on the fiscal position for 2026, 27, but no, 2025, 26, right? In July.
The 5-year forecast that we're going over today and where the general fund forecast covers all the way until fiscal year 29. So it'll have an outlook that includes the period in which this becomes effective.
And some of those potential shortfalls will appear within this next month or so?
When we go over the 5-year forecast for the general fund, you'll see all the things that I just talked about, the headwinds that we're facing and the potential impacts of those.
And gentlemen, I want to do one of these to my head.
Mr. Santiago, I want to clarify, or Paulo's going to clarify something that he just said.
So it is 120 days normally. It can be extended by mutual consent of both governments. So
Okay,
if
thank you.
Holly Hill and the county agrees, you can extend that decision date out to a future date to be agreed upon.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
So we would have to send it back to the city of Holly Hill to also
No.
agree if.
Yes, yeah, for the date.
Yeah.
But it's your decision, your complete discretion on what to do with the delegation of power that's granted to you by statute.
Yeah. and I did slap my head a little bit here because we just heard that we might have a $9 million shortfall from this year's budget going into next year. I wouldn't do my personal finance. It's like saying, honey, let's go buy a new car and let's go buy that beautiful Porsche that you want. And I don't know what my paycheck's going to be next month. You just wouldn't do it. And I'm not trying to shame anybody into this. I believe that we are all good fiscal conservatives up here. And again, XYZ City, not the name of the city. We are facing major headwinds. And I know the conversation is going to be like putting pressure on George and his staff saying, we got to get close to a rollback as much as possible, which means we don't bring in any additional revenue. That's what rollback means, for just to keep it simple. And if we don't bring in any additional revenues and we're losing and having additional costs, we wouldn't do this in our own personal funds. I won't do it. I don't think most people will. At a minimum, I'll ask this council this. Table this, and let's deal with it in a few more months when we have a better fiscal picture on where our budget's going to be. $1 million is $1 million. We've talked about other projects. So let's, guys, I know there's a motion, Mr. Chair, and I don't think there can be two motions in play, but let's either withdraw this motion, vote this motion down, and I will promise this. If our fiscal position is worthy of something like this come in a couple months when I think we all have a better picture, I will be open-minded to consider it from my individual vote. But today, I think it's wrong, and we should not do it. It's a bad decision right now.
So that means we have two options. We either have to, the motioner, Mr. Kent and Mr. Reinhardt, have to withdraw this, or we vote on it, and if it's voted down, then you can table it. Correct? Do you see another way?
No, sir, but if the motion is voted down, though, it would also fail.
And I think if people are open, if my colleagues are open to let's deal with it in a few months, I think it's better that we withdraw the motion, maybe comment to that instead of showing a negative vote towards Holly Hill. So I'm looking at Holly Hill from the perception perspective, because it's really not about them for me. But if you're open to the tabling, to the motioner and the seconder, consider that and withdraw your motion, and then we'll just deal with it in a few months instead of voting maybe down. It might pass, I don't know, but.
Mr. Kent?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of brief things. And I appreciate Mr. Santiago's passion for this. And, you know, we are fiscal conservatives. And believe it or not, I actually think by going forward and approving this and helping Holly Hill address their infrastructure enhancements that they desperately need, I think that at the end of the day, fiscally speaking, we get more bang for our buck. And, you know, good or bad, I've been involved in local government for over 2 decades. And I'm not saying you're doing this, Mr. Santiago, but I don't know that I could remember a year ever where I didn't hear people screaming that the sky is falling and there's going to be budget shortfalls and we're not going to have enough money. By golly, you know, I'll just say, I'll go back to the City of Ormond Beach days. I heard that year after year, and then I started saying to staff, funny how we have a surplus every year. You're screaming and yelling every year to us about, you know, cutting this and cutting that, yet at the end of the year, we've got extra money. And at this point, I'm not willing to withdraw that. I'm hopeful that we're going to get the support. If it does get voted down, then there may be another motion by someone to come back and look at it in a couple of months. But I think this is the right thing to do for Volusia County, and I think it's the right thing to do for Holly Hill. So as the maker of the motion, I'm gonna keep it, especially when we talked about the infrastructure enhancements that they must be addressed first. Thank you.
And I'm sticking with them.
Okay. We have a member of the public that would like to speak on this, Mr. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. I live 8 houses off of Mason. Mason is the dividing line between Daytona Beach and Holly Hill. I cannot leave my house and go over the Seabreeze Bridge without looking at 2 huge condominiums on the right-hand side. That used to be a decrepit public shopping center with a marina that had fallen into disrepair. John was my insurance agent, all right? I remember the motel that the cottages used to look like. I think it's an advantage. Now, Forte's here, you can ask if there's been any increase in taxes because of the conversion. Was there an increase in taxes because of the conversion from the shopping center to the condominiums? From where I live, I can look out, and there are 2,000 new hotel rooms. You cannot tell me that that does not benefit the Ocean Center. You cannot tell me that those 4,000 or 5,000 tourists do not benefit the city of Daytona Beach. None of that would have been possible without the CRA. Now, that was prior to 2004 when Jim Chisholm arrived. If you look at Daytona Beach and you go over Main Street and you look to the left-hand side, there are 7 huge buildings, all before Chisholm. On the right-hand side, when the conservatives got in and said, oh, no, we can't spend TIF money. We don't want those buildings because it costs us money. Well, it really doesn't cost us money. They pay back the money many times over. When you say there's $1 million loss, what are these benefits brought to the county with the benefits, the improvements? All of that brings in additional money, all right? It's not a total loss. You're not giving away, like Daytona Beach often does, for popcorn and movies and things of that nature. These are drastic improvements. I remember New Smyrna Beach. Danny should remember years ago, 20 years ago, before the CRAs. What did that look like and what does it look like now? It is thriving. Troy can absolutely guarantee that Granada is fantastic, all right? The CRAs are beneficial. You don't see it, but those of us that live here and remember what these places looked like before and see how they've changed, you can look at your accountants and ask, and they will tell you. We have a property on Ocean Avenue that pays $47,000 a year in taxes because it's a vacant lot. And the city refuses to develop it to get $1.5 million in taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I haven't used my second time yet, and I'll make it really brief. This is a hard vote because in your heart, I can hear it in Mr. Santiago. He wants to help City of Holly Hill, but we also want to help the entire county. So the real question for me is, do we have each city who is also fighting to keep their taxes low or reduce them? Probably not possible. And do we have each city deal with that, or does the county deal with that for each city to absorb them raising taxes? We do it as the county, or at least continue to pay the bill of 17 CRAs, which is substantial. We know that this isn't, Mr. Osowski, what you just said about some of the impending bills it's not a guess. Sunrail is going up. We already know that. One of our primary responsibility is public safety. The bill for first responders is going up. It's going to go up tremendously. We're going to see. I appreciate you trying to get us there with another route. So we'll see where we are. Right now, the motion is to approve for 10 years the infrastructure portions of A1 and A2 as the first priority, and then if there's money and time left over, then they can spend it on landscaping or whatever. Is that clear enough, close enough to your thinking?
Well, we talked about after that they would come back. Is that correct, Mr. Johansson? They would come back and we would then give them those priorities after that?
It was my assumption that we'd allow them to proceed on with their plan after LPGA and the flooding and runoff have been addressed and have projects. I don't see why we would micromanage the CRA. They have a CRA manager that has a good plan if you look through it. And I think we let them go after that. But all the things on their list for LPGA Boulevard and address flooding have to be complete. Look at the Halifax River outfall backflow prevention. They're estimating in today's dollars at $11 million.
Yeah.
It's going to take a while to gather up that money.
Yes.
That's after the study's done.
And I agree with you, Mr. Johansson. I wanted to be sensitive to your wants on this project as well, which is why I wanted to defer and hear your comments on that. But I agree.
I don't want to preempt and micromanage a CRA.
Perfect.
Above what we've already done.
Okay, the motioner and the vice chair both agree with that, so that's what we're voting on here. Carissa, would you call the roll?
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
No.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No, and the motion is approved.
Mr. Chairman, point for clarification, now that it's passed. My understanding is that because this will be an agreement that'll be modified, that agreement will come back before this council for final approval?
No, it's
Why
a
not?
resolution. So I'm just going to amend section 2C of the resolution to state that
Hold on, Polo, hold on. We've already voted on a resolution, and that vote did not have specific language in it, the resolution.
It's the will of the body. If you want the motion back, if you want the resolution back before you after it's amended, it's
Yes,
up
I
to the
think
body.
I think with the corrected language, because I believe there's confusion here, at least for me maybe, on the details of that direction. So if that gets put into the resolution with the specifics, bring back to this council for final approval.
we can bring back the resolution at the next hearing. But we'll say the language would read on section 2C, the county TIF contribution must be used solely for the direct cost of publicly owned capital projects identified for infrastructure enhancements. Priority A2, address flooding and runoff quality, and A1, LPGA, identified in table 5 before any other priority. And then the rest kind of reads.
Understood. I think the council should see the final exact wordage in the final draft.
We can put that on the next hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, may I?
Yes,
I disagree with my esteemed councilman Santiago on that. I think that's what we just did, and I don't feel like it has to come back to us again. If one of the four that were for this said yes, I think it should come back because I need to have it again in front of me to be cleaner. But I think that legal just said it didn't have to come back. So unless I hear a majority saying it needs to come back, I'm okay with what we just did.
I see Matt chimed in. I'll wait for Matt. I do want to say.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I have to agree with Mr. Kent, and I think we're opening up Pandora's box on everything. You know, you're setting precedents on future decisions when we change the language in something that we're going to have to see everything come back and come back and come back. And that to me is the proverbial definition of kicking the can down the road. So I have to agree with Mr. Kent on that.
And where I disagree with that for one reason, right? Because this is basically a contractual agreement is what this is, right? And what should have happened, right? I didn't make the motion, but what should have happened is that we should have made this specific. We should have done strike and said insert, right? And you would have said, at this point, we're going to take this language out and we're going to insert what was said like that. Say insert this. and then we would have voted on the strike through and addition of the language. Right? At this point, what we voted on was a concept of make sure they do their primary things and stuff like that. There was no real specific language added to the resolution. So as far as I'm concerned, the resolution that we voted on was a conceptual one to bring back with your proposed language. Because nobody said strike and insert.
No, and I don't pretend to be a lawyer. I let Mike Dyer and his team do that. But I think that we satisfied that when Councilman Robbins very wisely used the word must. And because we added that in the motion, that these must be addressed first, and then we hashed it out that we weren't going to micromanage them after that, that once those items on A1, LPGA Boulevard, and A2 address flooding and runoff water quality underneath infrastructure enhancements, everything else could be addressed after that, but those had to be addressed first. So I respectfully disagree with that.
I get it. I get it. I mean, you have the votes, but I just want to see the language and let it be seen in front of everybody in the public what the exact language is. We didn't vote for that language. I get it. You know what I mean? It's procedural, and I think it's cleaner on voting on the exact language. And maybe, Matt, I think to what you just said, there probably been, I'm certain there have been instances that we probably should apply a similar standard, in my opinion. But no one's ever brought it up. I did today, right? And I think we should get into the practice. If we're going to amend something from what was proposed, we should be very specific in the language, strike through, insert, and then vote on what the inserted or strike through language is. I think procedurally is cleaner. I know I'm trying to sound more of a parliamentarian. I get that, but I just think it's cleaner for everybody to have a very clear process. And there's no timeline on this. There's no urgency for today. We can vote on this in 2 weeks with the proper language.
Right. And Chairman, I appreciate the latitude you've given Mr. Santiago and myself. Thank you for that. And Council, thank you for not piping in and saying, we're done with this, let's move on. And Mr. Santiago, without saying insert and strike, I think that's what we just did when we said you must do priority 1A and then the second priority A2. To me, without saying the word insert, that's what we said. Insert, those must be addressed first. That's how I took it. I think we're there. I think it was a 4-2 vote, and I don't think it needs to come back. I think we've let staff know where we are. We've let Holly Hill know where we are. I don't think there's any question marks on what the expectation is.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I know this is a good debate, though. I enjoy
One
it.
more, and then I'll wrap it up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know what you said in the insert, but there's still other language in that resolution that we did not make it clear as to what we were going to remove. Yes. Or just additional language also has to be added. So I'm talking about a clean version. In theory, what you said is accurate, right? But in technicality, I don't think it reflects proper parliamentary procedure for voting on a language. So
I love that you said you liked what I said in theory. I'm going to stop your thoughts after that. Your comments after that, I did not hear. Thank you.
I just have a request for the attorney. David, I happen to think that you're right because I'm looking at it right here, and there's a lot listed here that's not infrastructure. So
I move, Mr. Chairman, that we bring the language back before the council at the next commission meeting.
Yeah, I was going to ask the attorneys if we're going to see the language eventually, or somebody is, but I would like to see it, even if it doesn't come back for a vote, because I'm really interested now in seeing what is, because it seems kind of subjective to me of what will be pulled out and used and what's, if there's still landscaping and.
I just need a second to bring it back for us to vote on.
You made a motion to bring it, the exact language back.
Correct, for our adoption.
Is there a second that language?
And Mr. Chairman, not here in a second. I think it's dead.
I thought we were going to be done by 2:00 today.
Chair, let's make them vote on it.
It's, I'll make the second. The vote's going to fail, but the motion on the floor is to bring the language back at the next meeting for the final approval. Motion by David Santiago, second by Chairman Brower. All in, any comments on that? You think I got to call the roll?
No, he can make this happen. He has to give up to make a motion.
I didn't make them.
No, I'm saying he was
made
saying
the
that you
motion.
had to pass the gavel. You don't.
Okay. Carissa, call the roll. The vote is, do you want to bring this back?
The language.
Mr. Robbins? No. Mr. Santiago?
Yes.
Mr. Johansson?
No.
Mr. Kent?
Yes.
No.
Mr. Reinhardt?
No.
Mr. Brower?
Yes, and the vote remains the same, 4-2. So I still would like to see the language when you get it done. Please send that to all the council members. Not for a vote, just for our own use. Okay, item 4 is a quasi-judicial hearing on a proposed vacation of a portion of plat West Highlands subdivision. Not that kind of vacation. So before you start, I'll ask if there's anyone has any ex parte to declare on item 4. And we have none for you. David Santiago, any ex parte to declare? And you're serious? You're moving to approve item 4?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Johansson?
And second was by Councilman Johansson.
I love vacations.
Motion by Santiago. What did they motion?
The approval of a vacation of portions of the 25-foot alleyway associated with Block 113 down in West Highlands.
Okay, any questions on that? Any comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries 6-0. Troy was right there. Okay, so we'll get his vote when he comes back. Right now, it's 5-, was unanimous with the people sitting here. Item 5 is another quasi-judicial hearing, another proposed vacation. Is there any ex parte to declare on that by anyone? Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. Tad Casebere, County Engineer. Just like the previous, this is down in the West Highlands. Again, 25-foot alleyways is what we're seeking to vacate. This is in Block 8.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Reinhardt, and second was by Councilman Robbins. And Councilman Robbins, for questions or comment? None? Anyone? Okay, we're short, Mr. Kent. All in favor of this vacation, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it's 5-0. We'll get 2 votes for him when he comes back. Item 6 is also quasi-judicial. Is there any ex parte to declare on this vacation? Okay.
All right. Again, Tad Casebere, County Engineer. This is a vacation in the Grandview subdivision. This is located in the Orange City area on the west side of 472. We're vacating some road sections in between parcels to allow a property owner to combine.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion to approve by Councilman Robbins, second by Vice Chair Reinhardt. Questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Vacation passes 5-0. Item 7, any ex parte on this vacation?
Motion to approve.
Apparently not, and we have a motion to approve by Councilman Robbins and a second by Jake Johansson. What is this vacation?
Yes, sir. This is up in the De Leon Springs area, just east of the CSX Railroad near Ponce de Leon Park. It's just vacating some road rights of way to allow property owner to utilize the property.
Okay. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? And that carries 6-0. Before we move on, Mr. Kent, what is your vote on item 6, the Grandview?
Yes.
So that vote ended up 6-0. And on item 5, the West Highlands vacation.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Chairman. Again, yes.
And that is 6-0. Was that, were you here for item 4? Item 4, the vacation also of West Highlands.
Again, yes.
Okay. So all of those passed 6-0. Which brings us to item 8. Also a quasi-judicial hearing. Give us some background on this, and then I'll ask if there's any ex parte.
Good morning, Claire. I'm Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a special exception for a 195-foot tall communication tower. Communication towers are treated as special exceptions in basically all of our zoning districts where they exceed 70 feet in height. This one is located at 2665 Volco Road near Edgewater. The subject property has a zoning of A1. This was presented to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission for review as well. There was a public hearing. We have received concerns and requests for denial by adjacent property owners who are concerned about the tower being located on the subject property. Here gives an idea of the location map and our aerial showing the, first of all, the subject property and then those that are surrounding it. This gives you an idea of the zoning and future land use. So they are consistent with an A1 zoning and an agricultural resource land use. This gives you the concept plan that was submitted in support of the special exception. Again, we have very specific criteria as they apply to communication towers. We require that there's a discussion about whether or not co-location is feasible. Are there alternatives other than the location that is there? There's a requirement that the RF engineer, radio frequency engineer, be able to provide sufficient evidence that this is necessary for effective use of the communications. This gives you an idea of what's going on in regards to the location of the tower on the site and the areas that they're at. One of the major issues that were identified by staff in the pre-application and subsequent processing of the special exception is that the tower itself did not meet the minimum 1,000-foot separation requirements. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission reviewed a concurrent application for a variance to that 1,000-foot separation. This image reflects that there's an existing home on an adjacent property which is not going to be within, or it's closer than the 1,000 feet. So there was a necessity for a variance. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission recommended approval of the variance subject to the approval of the special exception and also recommended unanimously for the approval of the communication tower. Concerns were identified in regards to property values, health concerns, aesthetics, safety concerns for air traffic and livestock. Mr. Soria can further elaborate on what can and cannot be admissible based on federal regulations and requirements. Just real quickly is that health items and those types of things have been identified as non-starters in regards to objections. The primary focus would be impact on property values and those types of things. Even with all this information, the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission still recommended approval 5-0 back at the March meeting. This does include the waiver, and as you can see, the location of the tower. Here are the conditions that were identified, and it was, again, approved with staff conditions. If there's any questions for staff, I am available. We also have staff from the Planning and Development Services staff available, and the applicant is here to address any questions that you may have.
Councilman Robbins, did you have a question?
Yes, sir, and also disclosure, I spoke to representation for the applicant. I also spoke to about a half a dozen residents, and I have a question for Mr. Irvin.
Okay. Since you did that, you're ex parte. Anyone else have ex parte to declare on this item?
I do. I spoke with the applicant's attorney.
Okay.
None.
Else? Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Irvin, you had mentioned there's very specific criteria for this, hence the need for a variance. One of those criteria is 1,000 feet from a residence. Why is that?
Again, it was put in place back when there was beginning of the proliferation of towers. I would say mid-90s is when that was beginning, and the main thing was the concept of a fall space. So if a tower collapsed, would there be sufficient room to address the issues if that was in place? And so we have seen similar applications come forward where a variance was requested and was granted by the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, subject to approval of the special exception.
With that being said, do we have any other examples of which ones are approved and why hasn't this been updated so we wouldn't have to?
It's one of the standards that we've had. Candidly, it's not been a major issue, and where we have seen situations where we've been able to grant variances, it's able in those confines. If the council wants us to go back and relook at our special exception criteria for communication towers, we'll be glad to do so.
And Clay, it wasn't necessarily busting on you, but it kind of puts, for instance, myself or the council, these rules are in place for a reason. We can't mention safety, but if the joker falls, it's pretty unsafe. Not saying that's the basis of my decision, but at the end of the day, though, if we have criteria, I'm trying to figure out why staff and the board recommended approval if it's not meeting the criteria. I need to know.
Understood. And again, the criteria was based. You bring up a good point. There may be a necessity to update the standards of the 1,000-foot separation because, again, back in the 90s when many of the towers were coming in, they were in excess of 300 feet in height. And so what you're seeing now that there has been changes at a federal level, which allows for smaller towers within right-of-ways. And so therefore there may be a need to update that standard. It was basically a factor of safety that was identified. I can tell you that we were working on similar regulations when I was in the mid-90s at Ormond Beach. I think what you're seeing is that there's a consistency of this throughout where, again, it was put in place as a safety factor and that, the variances have been the mechanism to allowing it to occur where it's deemed appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you, Clay. I'll wait till I make a statement.
Councilman Johansson.
Hey, Clay, back to the 1,000. I guess this is. I'll forego my question, but let's come back to the 1,000 feet later. I'm not gonna. I'll comment.
Okay. Any other questions for? The reason we're here is because the difference of 748 feet and 1,000 feet.
No, sir. It's a special exception. The variance has already been approved. If you subject to approval of the special exception. If you approve the special exception, then the variance to the 1,000 feet is already in place. If you deny the special exception, then all of it goes away.
Okay. Was there any evidence presented on how this affects property values?
I allow the applicant, they have information tied to that right now. So the applicant has provided that to us via email, and there's now written copies of the appraisals. So I will.
And this that we were given this morning? No? Oh, okay. No other questions from council? You're going to do a presentation?
I'm sorry, I got to clarify. I made a mistake. There was not quote unquote a variance. There was part of the condition was granting a waiver to the 700,
Right.
to the 1,000 feet. I do apologize. I did not mean to mislead the council. You are, as part of this, if you approve the special exception, you're approving the de facto reduction from 1,000 feet. I apologize for the confusion.
Okay. And you had planned on the applicant making a presentation?
Yes, sir.
You're welcome to. Go ahead.
And I will try to keep it brief. Joey Posey, 420 South Nova, attorney for the applicant. And just to touch on some things that may have occurred at PLDRC, the post that meeting, we met with the neighbors, and tried to really just be good neighbors and work out concerns. Of course, it's going to be maybe a difference of opinion about certain things, but we wanted to do our due diligence and assure them that the things that they were worried about were not occurring. The package you received, there's actually a full appraisal with comparable cell tower locations, their proximity to other residential areas, and the appraiser's here to speak to this, but his conclusion is his findings were there's no change. There is no impact to property values. The other thing that is also in your packet is a coverage mapping, and we have the actual experts from Verizon and Dish to speak to that. That will also come up here too to speak briefly, and the need is there. The maps make it's very easily delineated on the maps that there's a big gap in coverage that would be otherwise utilized by this tower, and the need is there. To the fall zone, and Clay, I think, summarized it correctly, that how towers were once constructed, that the 1,000 foot made some sense. In this case, we wanted to make sure we went above and beyond, and we actually had an engineer certify that the fall radius of this tower is only 95 feet. So again, we've alleviated concerns. I understand the neighbors and their perspective about just the nature of a tower. At each step, we've tried to address those concerns. The other thing you'll find in the packet is the visual buffer. We actually went out and we took aerials of elevations of how this would look in the vegetation. There's only one direction, and you can barely see the height of the top of this tower. In all other directions, it's hidden. So, again, that doesn't speak to the nature of their objections regarding the use, but as I try to remind them that a tower is an approved use by right, and it's a permitted use if it's under 70 feet. Its use and its nature is allowed there. And I think, as the chair had indicated, today we're really talking about height and the waiver of the separation. The nature of the tower being there is already a non-starter since it's allowed by permitted use. So other than that, I really just wanted to introduce the consultants and maybe have Jonathan Yates speak to briefly regarding any specific concerns, or at least assure folks that are here that we're here to try to alleviate and to address issues as they arise, and we've done our due diligence, and we're trying to be good neighbors too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the council, my name is Jonathan Yates, 105 Broad Street, Charleston, South Carolina, Tower Cobb. What I'd like to first do is thank this lady right there. Kristen, during the process of this application, I asked a total of 85 stupid questions. She never laughed at me. She always got me through it. You have a great team there, and we thank you. The meat of the matter is property values. We've been able to meet some nice folks during this process. I don't know if they like me or not, but I like them. What I'd like to do now is introduce Dave Reed of Reed Appraisal. He's done some work, and he's going to run it by you. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Dave Reed, a state certified general real estate appraiser and a designated member of the Appraisal Institute. I have an office in New Smyrna Beach. And I was engaged to conduct an impact study to develop an opinion as to whether or not the proposed 195-foot monopole cell tower on the property located at 2665 Volco Road in Edgewater will affect the market values of adjacent or nearby properties for residential uses. Based on research in Volusia County and application of sales comparison approach methods, it is my opinion that the proposed cell tower will not have an impact on the market values of adjacent or nearby properties for residential uses. The basic concept of this impact study was to compare sales of similar properties that are within the area of influence of cell towers to those that are not. These comparisons are done to isolate the effects, if any, of cell tower influence. My impact study presents 4 study areas with a total of 6 components, including sales of vacant rural residential sites or small acreage and existing residences. For each component, there is no effect on the sale prices or values of the comparable sale properties within the areas of influence of a cell tower versus those that are not. I'm going to provide a brief summary of the study areas and their indications. The first study area is a rural residential area along and near South Glencoe Road in New Smyrna Beach. This is east of I-95, south of State Road 44, and west of Old Mission Road. The study tower is a guide style with an overall height of 237 feet that was built in 1987. This study area has 2 components. The four land sales consist of Sale 1, which is adjacent to the tower property, and sales of the next 3 parcels to the south fronting Glencoe Road. The tower was of no concern at all to the buyers of the Sale 1 property, who subsequently built a home in 2018 within 325 feet of the tower, along with a pool and a detached garage/barn. The improved residential sales consist of Sale 1, which was adjacent to the tower property, with the Sale 2 and Sale 3 being slightly over 1/2 mile to the north within the area of influence of the cell tower. That tower is highly visible from the yard area of Sale 1, and the center of the residence, built in 1990, is about 500 feet from the tower. The second is a rural residential area off of Martin's Dairy Road in New Smyrna Beach. This is a guide-style tower with an overall height of 248 feet that was built in 1997. The tower is at the entrance to a private neighborhood and is significantly visible from all the rural residential lots within this development. The land sales and improved sales were concerned. The most significant indications, aside from the indications from the sales showing there's not an impact, were that I discussed with the wife of the buyers of one of the sales, which is adjacent to the tower site. It was purchased for construction of the residence, revealed that she was initially very concerned about the tower, but her husband was not at all. After conducting research, she determined that the cell tower was no longer of concern. And then the buyer of the Sale 1 residence, which was in that development, said that she did not care about the tower at all and that it had no impact on her decision to purchase the property or the price paid. The third study area is the Edgewater Lake subdivision off of US 1 in Edgewater. And just to cut to the chase on that one, I analyzed 47 sales over the ultimate sellout and build out of that subdivision, and there's no impact. The southern portion of the subdivision is extremely visible to the tower. As you get to the central part, it's less visible. The northeast part, you can't see it at all. And there's no differentiation in the sale prices per square foot of those sales. And then I did a similar analysis up in the Halifax Plantation residential and golf course space development in Ormond Beach. And that study had 10 sales, 3 with tower influence that had pools, 3 sales, 1 with tower influence that did not have pools. Same, no discernible effect on the sale price per square foot. And interviews with people during the inspection of that study area reflected the same. They had no impact on their purchase decision. And if you have any questions.
And the next speaker is going to speak to the coverage need.
Chairman, really quickly, what happened to the time? The time was going down and now it's like back up to 11 something? I'm like,
I saw Joey playing with something.
Mr. Kent, they technically get 20 minutes for presentation. It started at 10.
And we will keep this brief.
It started at 10?
Yes, sir. The clock started at 10, so it was just reset to give them, they'd gone 8 minutes, so it reset to 12.
It's my pleasure to introduce to you Amit Rout of Verizon Wireless, and he's going to tell you the why.
Good morning, everyone. This is Amit Raut, Verizon RF engineer. My address is 7701 East Telecom Parkway, Temple Terrace, Florida 33637. There is a need case for this site. The neighboring site. Can you have the presentation? The slide. This. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Oh yeah. So the existing site that you see in this presentation is all like. Oh, that's not mine. This is mine. Yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you. The existing neighbor cell of Crown Edgewater, Jeffrey, they're all like they are all capacity limited and all, as well as coverage limited. So we need this site Hunt Club 95 to cover the our I-95 the poor coverage at I-95 and the surrounding areas. And as you can see, the pre and post map propagation channel, that map that we produced here, how it fills up the coverage around I-95 and the surrounding areas. And unfortunately, I don't see anything to co-locate that. So we need this site to be, built as a new monopole in that particular area. And this is the only location that has been provided to us to build a site, and we accepted that candidate and planning to build a tower on that particular location and provide our 4G and 5G coverage around I-95 and the surroundings. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Amit will be here if there's questions later. I'd like to now introduce Yogi Supranani of Dish Boost Wireless. Tell us why you need this.
Good morning, everyone. This is Yogendra Surpaneni. I'm from Boost Wireless, and my address is 2840 Hilltop Road, Claremont. So similar to my colleague from Verizon, we also have a coverage gap on I-95, like about 4 miles. And the only location that was provided to us was this particular location. And to be able to cover I-95 and the surrounding area as well, we'll need this tower. There's about like 33,000 daily trips that happen on this section of the I-95. And as you can imagine, without coverage, it can lead to some drop calls. So that's the reason why we need a tower over here. Yeah. Thank you.
Just briefly to summarize, so it's clear there's a need. In terms of use, we're talking about the cell tower's height and the waiver in respects to the distance, which we've provided certified engineered fall zone that it is within a 95-foot radius. It has no safety implications to adjoining owners. Other than that, I would expect this to be important for emergency services and the like, given all of the disasters that we've been having to deal with that I hope are not more common than they should be. But we're here available for any questions. I mean, we have all the experts available. We have all the supporting information in terms of appraisals, in terms of engineers, and how they've certified the safety of the pole, its location. And other than that, we're available for questions and happy to address any concerns.
Okay, thank you very much. Jake Johansson, did you have questions?
No.
David Santiago, is he in the room? No. Okay, I don't know if he had a question or, so Jake, why don't you, did you have a question or? Go ahead, Jake.
Yes, sir. Couple comments. Number one, you can't give this to me while you're talking and expect me to do anything with it other than throw it out.
Right.
So try to get that stuff to us when it's more than 2 pages before the day of the meeting. Number two, in my comment about the 1,000 feet, Clay, I would love for your team to come up with the National Association of Tower Engineers or whatever the heck those people are, and find out what that 1,000 should be. And maybe it depends on aesthetics. Maybe I don't want one in my backyard if I have 5 acres of backyard. But then again, maybe I want to lease that 5 acres of backyard and make some money. I'm glad we didn't talk about the radio waves infecting my brain, because we all hold a cell phone up to our brain or have some other electronic device up to our head most of the time. The other thing that I think is important to me is rural connectivity. We spend hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars in Florida trying to get rural connectivity. And I'm thinking, as a traveler going down I-95 saying, I got to call you back, I'm in the dead zone. But there's people living there that live in the dead zone. So I think this is advantageous in the rural environment. So I'm very supportive of this, and gravel versus, I don't care about the road piece, but I really want to narrow down that 1,000 feet or come up with a good reason why it should be 1,000 feet in some cases and less than other. But I've never seen a tower leap 4 times its height to hit a house, even in a windstorm. So thank you.
Anyone else have questions, comments? We do have members of the public that want to speak on this. Mike Bennett, you have 3 minutes to speak to us.
Dear Chairman and members of the Council, please accept the correspondence related to this application for the variance for the Volusia County Land Development Code, LDC SC 25006. My name is Mike Bennett, the owner of property located at 2625 Volco Road in Edgewater. I have an Exhibit A. I don't know if you can see those. As the property directly adjacent to the proposed variant site. Attached is Exhibit B. As a property owner and neighbor, I have serious concerns regarding the approval of this variance request. Additionally, pursuant of Section 2-63F of Volusia County Code of Ordinance, I am a member of the public who will be affected if the proposed variance is adopted by council. Given that his is a quasi-judicial proceeding, all decisions of council on this matter must be based on competent, substantial evidence. Accordingly, the council decision must be based on relevant evidence that a reasonable person would accept as adequate to support a conclusion and must relate to the merits of this application. This may include the factual testimony of lay witnesses and the opinion of testimonial of experts. I am here today to provide lay testimonial as to how the council's decision will materially affect not only my property rights, but the ability to build, convey, sell, and develop my property. The variance request previously adopts the county's Planning and Land Development Regulation Commissions indicated that there are several deviations that the applicant is requesting from the County Land Development Code.
Mike, you've used all your time to tell us about the quasi judicial hearing. How much time do you need to get to make your point of?
Well, in a nutshell, that tower is going to topple, has
Okay.
the potential to topple onto my property, which I'm trying to build on. I'm about to retire. I want to come down to Florida, build my home there that I've already purchased the land for, and these guys are impeding on my property rights.
Okay,
Now,
I'm
we've-
sorry, but I have to stick with the time.
Okay, but let me point this out.
we have
because
three
I
other
am
speakers.
an affected landowner,
You are.
so we have given them options to build this tower in the same area that is not going to affect all of us landowners.
Okay.
And I think that should be looked at. I mean, not just give them the green light to stick it right in amongst all of us in there.
I'm sorry, but I got to stick with the time. You've got three other neighbors that want to speak. Maybe they'll cover that as well. Thank you very much for coming in. I think we get your point.
All right, well, thank you.
Yes, sir. Robert Brown?
Hello, my name is Robert Brown. I live at 2695 Volca Road. I am the property due west of that. And I think Mike's point was he's the property due east of it, so that tower will be almost right on his property line. He's only 330 by 660, that's 5 acres. He may not be able to build on it. There's another gentleman who could not be here. He retires in 9 days, 8 days now. He's directly south. He couldn't get 1,000 feet away from the tower if he wanted to. And are they going to get a special exception or not that they were given? And I also offer them, I have another 5 acre piece of property about 1,500 feet down Lingo Grove Road, which is right across the street. I gave them the offer to explore that opportunity. And me sitting on my back porch in the morning, watching my horses to the north, watching the sunrise to the east, I'll be looking at a unsightly tower. And I know we're not allowed to talk about the health benefits, but I think they're real. It's just my opinion. You can't talk about it. I can. But I'm just against it. And I gave them alternatives. And there's 2 other people that also gave them alternatives to relocate this tower. Not to be on the main road, not to be unsightly. They're saying it's not unsightly. It's only sightly by one side. It's a well-traveled road. We live in the woods for a reason. It's called the hammocks. We want it to look like that. The cell tower is going to be unsightly and way too close to Mike's property and way too close to Matt's property to the south. Mike is, what he was trying to say is he's due east. He's coming down from Michigan to retire, to build there. Matt retires very soon, 8 days. He's going to build right across the street. So if the 1,000 feet is in play, neither one of them will be able to use their property. That's the point that he was trying to make. He was couldn't sum it up, but I can.
Thank you.
And I'm the one within 748 feet. That's to my house. To my property line is 500 feet. And I have horses right on that property line. So just, I don't know. That's all I have to say. I'm against it. I think it looks ugly. And we have other alternatives we have offered them. Just Thursday we just met. I offered them, and 2 other people did as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Greg Petzak, tell us your last name when you get up here. And y'all don't have to give your exact address. Greg, I believe you're in Edgewater.
Yes. Greg Petzak, I live at 4721 Lingo Grove Road. And my property, I got 21 acres there, so part of my property's on Lingo and Volco Road there, so it's going to be right across from where this tower's going. We have fine cell phone service out there. I mean, their maps show, but I pulled it up on the internet, and I mean, we all got 5G out there in the middle of the St. John's swamp out there. It might be 4G, and who's out there roaming around in that? Woodchucks and raccoons and that, but this going right here, it's going to sit right on top of everybody's property. My son wants to build up on my front 5, which is going to be right across, the street from this. Mike Bennett is across from there. It's going to be sitting right on top of him. Matt Victorelli, he's on the corner of Lingo and Volco. He's just retired from the Volusia County school system. His plan was to build right there. There's other options for the cell phone tower. I mean, if the dead spot's out on 95, you got the Deer and Park going in, but put it over that way, put it where the problem is, So, I mean, that's mine on it. I don't want it near me at all. So, thank you.
Thank you. Webb Madison.
I own all the property on the north boundary of this property, and I'm going to build a house, or I was planning on building a house there, and it would be about 300 feet from where I propose to put my house. I have 35 acres right there. I offered them the back northwest corner, they could put the tower there, it'd be 2,000 square feet, or 2,000 feet from anybody else's property. Wouldn't be near anyone. So I offered that to them, and I don't want to build a nice house and have a tower, 190-foot tower, sitting in my backyard. That's all. Appreciate it.
Thank you for coming in. Mr. Paulo, anything you need to tell us about we are allowed to consider evidence that has previously been presented?
So the only thing I would say is, as everyone already talked about it, so federal law prohibits the consideration of the environmental effects of radio frequency transmission. So there are a few other things, all your decisions need to be based on competent substantial evidence. Any evidence on property values needs to be, provided by kind of an expert. Any aesthetic value concerns also needs to be based on competent substantial evidence, which is not, a general statement of it's an eyesore, without, factual evidence to demonstrate why it's an eyesore doesn't rise to the level of competent substantial evidence. Just kind of want to focus on the 1,000-foot separation. So that's a criteria for a tower application. So it's 1,000 feet from any residential structure. The county council may waive it, but cannot waive it to closer than 500 feet. And in that consideration, there's some federal law provisions. So the federal law, it's the same statute, 47 U.S.C. 332, says that you can't use the zoning and land use authority to prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting the provision of personal wireless service. And what that means is that you can't use your rules to deny someone from being able to make a call. It doesn't rise to the level of they don't need the best service, they don't need to, stream 10 YouTube videos at the same time. It's all about making that phone call. So there's kind of a test involved. It's basically they have to identify, is there a significant gap in coverage, and two, is the proposed tower location the least intrusive means of kind of filling that coverage gap. So that's kind of the things for consideration. Also, the applicant does have the rebuttal ability to address any of the concerns.
Before that, you may have three other questions here. What about we were just told there was alternate locations available. Did that come up at PLDRC?
I think they did an analysis of what sites they approached. I'm not sure at that time during the PLDRC. There was indication that some of the property owners were not interested, but I'll let the applicant kind of fill that out. They did provide a tower analysis on their ability to co-locate on already existing towers to not have to build a new one. And I think the report says that the co-locations are like 2.7 miles and 3-point-something miles away, wouldn't provide the required coverage.
Okay, don't go away. Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, are you aware of in the last 5 hurricanes, I don't know if you can answer this, did any cell towers fall? in Florida?
I know we are having to accommodate a cell tower, but I think that went down from a fire.
I'm talking about
Usually,
from wind.
yeah. That's something beyond my knowledge.
I got you. If you're not aware, you're not aware. Okay. I don't know if any staffer is aware of any cell towers falling in the hurricanes.
They're usually built to.
I'm looking at George. George is not aware of any. Okay. I'm just
I
trying
think
to
we might
establish.
have had a piece of somewhere along the line, I think a piece or two have come off, but I don't know of any time a tower itself has fallen on a hurricane.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Johansson.
A quick question for Paulo. I think he answered it, but I want to make sure. We can't decrease the range less than 500 feet.
That's correct.
That's federally mandated?
No, that is your code.
Our code.
Your code says 1,000 feet from residential structures. The county council can decrease that, but no less than 500 feet.
Unless we change the code.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Councilman Robbins.
To make a motion to deny request for 195-foot tower at 2665 Vocal Road.
Motion to deny the request. Correct? Okay. Is there a
Mr. Chair,
Question on that?
the applicant should get a rebuttal before any motions are made.
Okay. Hold that thought. Go ahead.
Good morning again, Joey Posey, 420 South Nova. I just wanted to address a few things I heard from the neighbors. The alternative locations actually was something that was brought up last Thursday. That was not something we were engaged in before then. Again, I can't speak to necessarily Mr. Yates, but again, that was something that has come up as of late, and I imagine that anytime you get close to an approval, there will be alternative locations, and I can't speak to the feasibility, I can't speak to the suitability, and I can't speak to any other neighbors that may be impacted in that way that we may be here again to talk about. So just want to make sure that's on the record. The fall zone was 95 feet. I think just to correct a neighbor, and I was talking to the consultant here, and Sumter County, for instance, actually has a requirement that's set back half of the tower height. So that is maybe something for food for thought. The other mentions were there's a huge significant gap in coverage. You can see it from the mapping. I mean, I can't, if T-Mobile works out there, I don't live out there. I don't want to say he's wrong, but the mapping shows there's a true need, and this tower is rated for in excess of 140 miles an hour. So, again, that's an engineer's certification to the safety of the tower, and just want to make sure those points are on the record. And with that, we're still available for questions.
Mr. Robbins, did you still want to make a motion so that we can discuss it? It stands? Okay. Okay. Is there a second on Councilman Robbins' motion to deny?
Yes, I want to second it so we can have a discussion about that.
A motion is seconded by Troy Kent. Motion to deny by Councilman Robbins and Jake Johansson.
Yes. Question to the applicant, if I may. So you got these proposals for alternatives last Thursday.
Correct.
Are you willing to take a step back and talk to these folks about those alternatives?
Well, talk to them. I would maybe hesitate to say yes, but my issue that I think I'm going to have moving forward is that there's obviously cost and expense and studies that have occurred to get to this point, and I don't want this become a moving the goalpost type situation where all of a sudden we explore these opportunities and they fall apart for whatever reason or whatever. The whims of whatever neighbors may become involved as part of those discussions.
Sure. So this is a lease, correct?
Correct.
I'm looking for a win-win here. If they're so adamant that you move it somewhere and they have.
Right. And I'm sorry, I'll let you finish.
No, if they're so adamant that they don't want it where you want it, and they have options on their own property, maybe they're willing to do it without the lease to move it to get their way, where you don't have to pay anything or a very small lease amount. And that will tell me that they're not motivated by money as much as they're motivated by what they truly just said. And it may be a win-win if you take the time. If you don't have the time, then I understand moving forward too.
And part of it is both time, a commitment to the current neighbor, and we would have to come back through the exact process we just went through. That it's a full-blown restudying the property to get to that point. And I don't want to say that the neighbors, they're very nice people, and they want to do the right thing. But the opportunities to have these discussions, I hesitate to say having them in council chambers at the 11th hour. I love to continue that dialogue. I just don't want to take away the opportunity we have today to backtrack to have those discussions when those discussions can still be had. There's nothing stopping us from still having those discussions after.
Councilman Robbins?
Mr. Posey, thank you, and I understand, and I know we have perimeters which we have to stay in, limitations in terms of making a decision what we have to stay in. How I'm looking at this is we have specific criteria for towers, and on the surface here, it doesn't necessarily meet that. And also, too, once we agree on this, it's essentially a contract. It's a decision. So, to me, and on the business end of things, there is no going back. So that's where or having later discussions once we vote on this and approve this. And that's what makes this kind of hard. I have to stay in these boundaries, so I'm not going to talk about anything else, but I believe there's some valid concerns here. I know you've done your best to address them, but I still think that we have these criteria in place for a reason, and if they need to be changed, we need to change them, figure out why, and if we have to come back, we have to come back, but as it stands right now, I'm going to have trouble with this one, so, all right.
Councilman Santiago?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess this is a question for staff. Paulo, help me understand, the council possibly. There was testimony from a gentleman who presented himself, as a layperson giving his testimony.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had some expert testimony too on value of land, and I think there was some testimony on the capabilities of the tower as far as structure and benefit to the community. And then we also talked about competent substantial evidence.
Yes.
Right? Are we still held to that standard, or is this like I don't want to see a tower? Does let me answer it a little simple. Does I don't want to see a tower qualify as competent substantial evidence under our rules in the state law? It's not.
You need more. I don't want to see a tower because violates some kind of policy or code, or there's evidence that it negatively affects aesthetics, negatively affects property values. You have to relate it somehow.
Yeah.
That falls under the general.
And that's what we're here to consider in our decision making?
You are here to consider a tower application under using competent substantial evidence on the record.
Okay, thank you for wrapping that up nicely. As much as I understand the public's point, as a purist in the rule of law, we've been very clearly defined that competent substantial evidence has to apply on this. Reason I asked the qualifying questions is in the event that it doesn't if it doesn't pass, unless someone can clearly determine what competent substantial evidence was presented against it, and we were told very clearly from our attorney, not seeing a tower does not qualify. Property values, we've had a professional appraiser come and give us comps and all of the things that go along with it. And nothing's been presented to counter that in substantive competent evidence, getting into the words. So we don't pass this, we lose, regardless. And you may have a win today, but in the event that they challenge it you still lose, and the county loses, and the county loses time and resources spent to try to defend something that nothing's been presented with competent substantial evidence. Gentlemen, I think we have to approve this. The greater good for the community in the access that they will get for this, as far as communications, is strong for me. And unfortunately, no substantial competent evidence is presented to deny the application. And I know some may not like it, but it's the rule of law. And that's our job when we hold up our hand and when we swear to office, is to hold the rule of law for everyone equally. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Paulo or Mr. Brown? Paulo, you're handling this, but we're here because this is a special exception. The law says 1,000 feet. This allows 748 feet. Is that not competent and substantial evidence?
So
that it does not.
So the request is that the current standard is towers must be located 1,000 feet from residential dwellings. County council can reduce that, but to no more than 500 feet, or kind of no further guidance. So that's why I went into, okay, what is the purpose of that 1,000 foot? It was set back in the 90s. Everyone was just kind of doing the same thing. So when you are considering that type of criteria, granting a waiver or granting a variance, there are federal cases that address that, and you cannot use your zoning authority if it prohibits or has the effect of prohibiting the provision of personal wireless services. And to do that, there's a two-part demonstration in other circuits. It's probably going to be adopted here. First, the provider must prove there is a significant gap in wireless services. Second, the provider must show that it is filling that gap in the least intrusive means. So that's the test on, when you apply these distance provisions or these setback provisions to a tower, and when you're doing that, it has the effect of prohibiting service in an identified area. So that's the competent substantial evidence to consider when determining whether to grant that 1,000-foot waiver to 784.
And there's been substantial evidence that has shown that there is a gap in service that this will fill.
You are the ones who determine what the evidence is.
Okay.
I interpret whether something is competent and substantial. You determine whether or not it's, and I'll give you the standards. Okay. You are the fact finders. You determine whether or not that exists.
Okay. Thank you.
Chairman, did you get your answer? It wasn't very clear to me. I was going to have the same question that you had about the 1,000 feet. Like, I'm looking at number 3, and that's my wonder, is the requirement for the tower to be no less than 1,000 feet. This is 748 feet to the nearest residential structure is waived by the county council. Is that not enough reason right there, number 3? I don't know that I heard an answer, is where I'm getting.
He said we could change it.
Right. So when you
But
say
that's not
there's
the question.
reason, is you can deny a tower application for failure to meet the 1,000 foot.
Okay.
The only thing is that if you use 1,000 foot and it has the effect of prohibiting service in that area by demonstrating that there's a significant gap of coverage, and this is the least intrusive means, that is a legal vulnerability in the future for whatever the decision is, the outcome on this particular case.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I know that our legal team is very conservative, but we're dealing with Mike batting 1,000 dire. Facts are facts.
So what you just heard, I think it's what you're thinking is we might be sued if we approve this. You don't have to answer that. Yeah, if we deny this.
Yeah, I at time, and I am a huge. May I, Chairman?
You are. Yes.
I'm a huge fan of Paolo. I am. it seems like sometimes at these quasi judicial hearings, the answer is not as clear as I'd like to hear it. And you know, I appreciate the conservative nature of, you know, if this happens, then this can happen. And I'm real interested in to hear more about what Mr. Robbins says, because this is his district, and his concerns are might line up with some of my concerns, which was number 3.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Paulo, if I can bend your ear for a minute. You mentioned criteria, specific criteria, in order to find the facts and make the decision. You mentioned aesthetics as one of them. Can you list the other criteria, please, that we can use to make this decision?
It's usually compliance with all the standards of the land development code. If there are any evidence on aesthetics, usually that's demonstrated by kind of a mock-up of the tower, or they do a balloon test. So they shoot a balloon all the way up to the height of the tower, and can you see it from there? If you can see the balloon, how does that aesthetically fit into the overall policy goals of that area? So that's the competent substantial evidence you would be looking for to make any decisions based on aesthetics. The second one is property values, kind of standard, demonstrating not just by supposition or fear, but you need usually an expert, property appraiser, real estate person, and they base their expert opinion on facts. They've done comps, they've done analyses, that kind of thing. So usually those are the 3 main categories of evidence that you're looking for in cell towers. Meeting the criteria of the land development code, aesthetics, property values.
Thank you. Council, this is my last bite at the apple, but I just want to bring attention to the number one thing that our legal team had just said: compliance with standards. So that's the basis for my motion for denial, and I stick by that motion.
Okay, Councilman Johansson.
Clay or somebody, I'm looking at every piece of paper handed to me. What's the distance from the tower to Mr. Petzak's property line, and Mr. Brown, is it? The two that said it's going to be right next to my house and I can't build.
99 feet to the east and 748 feet to the house, about roughly 500 feet to the property line. So again, the 2 property owners that were up here talking, the gentleman who spoke first, he's roughly 99 feet from the tower to his property line.
To the property line.
And then roughly 500 feet to the west.
Got it. So to the property line, and I take it that, does he have, well, it's Edgewater, so I wouldn't know, but there's setbacks to the property line too, so his house can't be.
Right. It's zone A1, so you would have a 50-foot setback.
Got it. So 150 feet.
Right.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. I'm struggling here still to find the nexus on how to vote on this, meaning possibly how to vote against it, because the only thing that I've heard, because we're finders of fact, that's what our attorney told us. The only thing I've heard is not in my backyard, to kind of just really keep it simple. That's the only testimony we received, and I respect the folks that are not in my backyard, but our role is a lot more important than that. So if we try to take the person out of it, I don't think we subscribe to the not in my backyard theory for governance. It's a scary path to go down. As much as I probably wouldn't like this, and I'd probably be sitting over there if it were me. But I need somebody to give me something for me to really, when I put my hand on that and I make my oath, give me something to really look in the mirror. I think you use those lines sometimes, Troy. You say, when you look in the mirror, right? and say, I voted the right way based on the oath I took, and try to apply that equally to all. I don't care if it's Verizon, it could be anybody. But it's the help. If someone wants me to vote no, help me get competent, substantial evidence to say that this testimony we received was worthy enough to deny this request. And I haven't quite seen it yet, so I know some might not like it, but I try to be a purist to be fair to everyone.
Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman, and I appreciate the time we're putting into this because we want to get this right for all involved. I think about driving down 95, or I think about if I lived in that area, and how frustrating it would be not to have service, living there full time. And I also try to think about being a property owner nearby. But Mr. Santiago, you're masterful at what you do, and I'm always trying to take notes from how you present your path forward here. And for me, and this may help you, and your response, not that I'm trying to get a response from you, but your response will probably help me as well. But what about number 3, the requirement of the tower to be no less than 1,000 feet from residential structures? And we see here 748 feet, but I think Clay just got up and spoke and said it was 500 and some odd feet. How do we get around that unless we, as an elected body, say, hey, we're okay with that? If this was 1,000 feet away from a structure like it says, I think it would be a slam dunk for me. I do. I need help with that one. So you may be able to help me here either way.
I don't know the answer to that, Mr. Chair. I have a little attitude, and maybe we need clarity on that and how we apply that decision making.
Okay. Just to clarify, the rules as they are written in Chapter 72 under the specific criteria that apply to communication towers shall be 1,000 feet, but the council may, and again, you're correct, it's a may, waive that down to a minimum of 500 feet. So therefore, what our code currently does is give our council the availability between 500 feet to 1,000 feet if they believe that it's appropriate. And again, this is where, again, Mr. Kent and Mr. Brower are saying that it's not appropriate in this location to take it down to, or Mr. Robbins, under the 1,000 feet. So that's again, a decision that the council has to make because they are the ability to deviate from the minimum 1,000-foot separation.
Are there parameters around that may? I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Are there parameters for us to consider that may part?
That's where Paolo.
Does that help?
And before Paolo, before you do that, Clay, before you walk away, I'll just say, is it not enough that I call you best in the business? You got to always sound so smart up here, quoting section 72 of whatever. I mean, like, stop reading this stuff at night, right?
There isn't criteria in the code itself, and that's why I kind of went through.
So it's legislative?
No, it's still quasi-judicial. What you are kind of corralled by is the federal law, where that 1,000-foot provision. When you apply that, does that prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting personal wireless service? And then to the evidence for you to make that decision is the demonstration of, 1, is there a significant service gap? 2, is this the least intrusive means of filling that service gap? And that personal wireless service is the ability to make phone calls in the same way as a landline. So that's the criteria.
Can I speak to 2 clarifications? They're relevant.
Yeah, apparently the council really, we're trying to dig into this and do the right thing. So
I was just speaking to Clay, and I wanted to make sure that Councilman Kent's comment was clarified that it's not a reciprocal 1,000 when it applies to neighboring properties. It's only an application for the cell tower itself. So it doesn't otherwise restrict other property owners from utilizing their property. The other thing I wanted to point out is, as part of the coverage, there was a full study prepared and analyzing the need-based part of this too. So, from the experts again, we're happy to have those discussions in detail if there are aspects of it that are challengeable, or if there's some factual issue at play. But we do have the experts here and available to have that discussion. And maybe to speak to Councilman Johansson, I hesitate to say that there's an alternative site just from having an anecdotal conversation saying that, please use this piece of acreage. But if that is the direction I'm hearing to come to an affirmative understanding as to whether or not that's even on the table and possible, again, I hesitate to keep kicking this can just because of these folks and the time they've expended. That's the hesitation I have. And, a piece of land in your corner may not, even though you may believe it's developable or may be the appropriate spot, it just may not work. And, again, are we going to be back here having that same conversation over again when we do have expert testimony speaking to its need and the need for it in this area, and this is the site we have available?
And I don't know, and I know we're stretching on your time. I apologize. Mr. Reed and his work, which was very well done, could we bring him back up just for a second? He'll point out two of the towers and the distance from the towers he studied and the houses. Mr. Reed?
For real estate? Well, let's.
Well, just to get you by the 1,000 feet.
I think we're good on that. He can.
Chairman, I have one question.
He can be there in reserve. Yeah, we have actually two other questions. Go ahead, Councilman Robbins.
David, I always look forward to your testimony as well, and I value it. I got three questions to help you answer, or maybe come to a fact finding. Is it a fact that 748 is less than 1,000? Yes or no? Is that a yes? Is it a fact that 99 is less than 1,000?
All right, I'm going to get you back on this one.
Is 99 less than 500? So, that's kind of where I'm at. I think the facts are there. I think the rebuttal's there, or the challenge is there. I see what you're saying as well.
I think you should, if I may cut you off,
You're going to cut me off
Yeah,
anyway.
I got to cut you off.
Go
I think you
ahead.
should focus, to help me personally as an individual vote, is the least intrusive part of the commentary. Because I think they've established that there's a need that they have. But I don't know if they have passed the threshold for me as this being the least intrusive. And that's what our legal team have told us. That's what we have to consider. And with competent, substantial evidence. It's really from what I learned, those are our two positions. And I think they've accomplished one. I don't know how to determine least intrusive. So I think you can hang your hat on that for me. Maybe the applicant can tell us that this is the least intrusive. Based on what?
And what I maybe would help as part of this discussion and exercise, least intrusive in this context most certainly means that what availability do we have and what's the cost associated with an alternative? It has to. And if the exploration that's being asked of us is to engage these neighbors and to have those discussions, even though, again, it was at last Thursday, I hesitate to say that that's where we want to take this, but again, we're happy to be good neighbors and have that discussion. And if you give us that opportunity, that may settle the dust a little bit as to this question. From our perspective, the only engagement we've had is on this site. And, until as of late last week, it's all of a sudden other sites show up. I have no idea if these sites are in swamp. I have no idea if these sites even have access to them. But I do know that we have currently a piece of property that fronts Volco. It's accessible. It meets all staff's criteria. And if that comfort level is what this council's looking for to have that discussion, I think that may be prudent for 30 days to figure that out. And that would be something that I think, as being a good neighbor, that we'd be willing to offer.
And Mr. Chair, can staff define to us what least intrusive means?
You are asking me to read a federal judge's mind. Certainly, I've seen at least one case where a cost was associated with it, where it was, I believe the specific fact scenario was that California put a moratorium on towers. They wanted to co-locate on an existing tower, and I think that specific town denied, and they said, no, what you are asking them to do is the cost would be so outrageous that it has the effect of prohibiting service. So in this instance, is 748 feet the best they can do? Are there, if is going to another site would, inflate the cost such that it is actually prohibitive to have a tower in that area, such as to meet the 1,000-foot provision, you basically need to, destroy some wetlands, build a road, set in the swamp, that kind of thing. Is this the best case scenario given the cost and time involved?
Joey, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Did you I don't know where the vote would go if we voted now, but did you allude to the possibility of maybe considering tabling this and doing a little bit more homework?
I did for one council hearing. I think that's prudent just to have that discussion, given, we haven't had time to review on our end. And, I at least want to come back to you with some factual findings as to the applicability of those sites, why they wouldn't work. I hesitate, again, I've probably said this a few times now, is that, the 11th hour, somebody's opinion as to how that site is, I just have to be careful about saying that, this 10 acres is maybe nice for cattle, but it may not be nice for a tower. That's one of the, at least if we're going into it with that thought in mind, then I think it's worth having that discussion.
And I'm amenable to that, Chairman.
Okay.
I'll amend my motion then to table this. Mr. Posey, you need 30 days?
I think 30 days is sufficient for us to identify the pieces that these folks are talking about and for us to at least bring to the table a factual finding of whether they're possible.
Yeah.
Y'all good with that?
June 22nd?
Seconded, you seconded.
Yep. Whatever's good for the council and the applicant. And I just want to say, Mr. Posey, I'm not against the tower. I want to make sure our bedroom is clean when it comes to laws and following them the best we can. I think this council's done a good job historically with that, and I think we can get through this. We just got to do it the right way.
As the seconder, I'm okay with that.
Is there a date for the meeting that's close to 30 days out? What's the first meeting in July?
July 22nd, you're only in July.
So it'll be the second meeting, July meeting.
That's good for you? Okay, table for a date certain, July 22nd.
And as long as Joey's here, we need him to, his client to agree to toll the shot clock provisions for tower applications until the July 22nd meeting.
Yes. Okay. No objection from our end.
Okay. It's a good outcome.
Chair, I'll make a second motion to break for lunch.
Well, we got to vote on this one, though, right? I'll second the second motion.
Not lunches in here anyway.
It is here.
Oh. Okay. Everybody's really focused on lunch. Okay, let's vote on this. We have a motion to table to July 22nd from Councilman Robbins with a second from Councilman Kent. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Oh, I smell it now. I guess we could break for. Have they been waiting? Okay, let's do item 9, and then we can break for lunch. This is the last of our quasi-judicial hearings, and the parties have been waiting for this, a rezoning from prime agriculture. Go ahead, Clay, I'll let you.
Yes, sir. This is an application to rezone property from A1 to A2. It went to the Planning Land Development Regulation Commission with a approval from your staff. The PLDRC held a public hearing. There was no public comment. The recommendation was unanimous to approve it. 6-0. If there's any questions, staff.
Motion to approve.
Second.
As presented.
We have a motion to approve the rezoning from Councilman Robbins, and the second was by Councilman Santiago. Any questions?
Sir, for the record, no ex parte to declare?
None. No.
None.
I spoke to the attorney by email.
I spoke to the attorney on the phone.
She likes you better.
True.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the rezoning passes
That's the
6-0.
Chick-fil-A vote.
And so we will break. It's 12:09. We will break until 12:45.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
We're all here. Okay, we will resume the meeting at 12:47 with item 10, 5-year capital projects plan.
Good afternoon, Council. Ryan Ostowski, Chief Financial Officer. This is the 5-year capital projects plan. This, actually, I think there's a slide that talks about it. Oh, no, maybe not. The process that you have in front of you was actually suggested by your internal auditor through one of his first internal audits on capital improvement projects, that we needed to cover all of the capital projects that are being proposed, and even those that do not have any funding that's been identified, such that we can at least annually cover the capital needs, and especially the needs that are in excess of the funding that we have, especially in the road area. The projects that are submitted here are identified through our budget system. The department and division directors, constitutional officers, management, council, everybody has input into these projects that are submitted in front of you today, and we're here seeking your any suggestions of moving projects around. If you want to move something up, move something out, or if you like what we have presented here, this will then roll into the 5-year forecast and the future budgets. The 5-year capital plan is part of every department's budget submittal, as I alluded to before, and the plan is reviewed and updated annually. The first year of the plan, 25-26, will be incorporated into the budget, and then the years 2 through 5 are for financial planning purposes only. Years 2 through 4 will be in the 5-year forecast that we present, because the 5-year forecast is the estimating the current year plus the future 4 years. The last year of it, year 5, is for capital planning purposes, but you don't actually see that in the 5-year forecast. Got some statistics here. There's the same statistics from last year about how much road assets we have. We have significant infrastructure in roads as well as facilities. The same statistics that we had from last year. The projects are broken down into 3 different types: capital replacement projects, which are any replacement or rehabilitation, small capital projects, and capital improvement projects. I won't read through exactly what makes each one of those up. It's the same as last year. The funding request by project type, you can see the 5 years that we've identified, as well as the column with the funding not identified. And the amounts are totaled there through the out years. The $187,027,598 would be the projects that are anticipated to be included in this year's budget. There's some major projects that make up a good chunk of that piece of money, and we'll talk about those in just a second. Capital replacement projects, they're submitted based off of asset life expectancy, environmental conditions, any inspections, usage. Small capital projects are submitted based off of and evaluated based off of the needs of the division, the community impact, operational needs. And then capital improvement would be similar, but specifically on the funding not identified, it includes the Daytona Court Complex Master Plan at $255 million. We left the number in there that we had for last year because we're still in the process of implementing what council had directed last year. We had allocated $5 million in this year's budget, and there is a study out right now to see the different options and evaluate proposals that we'll bring back to council. So we really didn't have any new information, so we left the number as it was last year, because changing it would indicate we had better numbers to put there, and we really don't at this point. And that same story applies for PFC Emery Bennett Park expansion. That is the West Side Park expansion that the consultants came forward, and we talked about that, and we currently are in the process of procuring a consultant that will help us try to get a P3 and see if we can get one of those types of opportunities to bring back to council for decision. So both of those projects are unfunded. The rest of the unfunded projects are the road projects that were originally identified years ago, except for some that have come off because we've found funding, but years ago with the sales tax initiative, those same projects, they're still out there, and they're now part of this list where there's no funding identified. Some of the highlighted large projects that are in the current year's budget request column. Southeast area landfill construction, first cell, additional funding and roadway improvements. This project will actually end up being about $50 million in total. There's another $20 million that's being budgeted this year because there was already $30 million, being budgeted in 26 because there's already $30 million that's budgeted in 25 that will be rolling forward. This project is paramount to the landfill. The landfill is running out of space to put garbage, so we need to get that next cell developed and open. You may recall that council had previously approved a issuance of debt and some ARPA funds for the stormwater system for the acreage out there. But then after they get done with the stormwater runoff system, then they actually have to develop the first cell. And that's the estimated $50 million project. And we'll talk about that a little bit more on the solid waste forecast, which is in the next item. The Sheriff's Administration Complex. I'll take this opportunity to say that, again, a little bit of a preview of next week. Currently, in this year's budget, we have $15 million budgeted to set aside for the Sheriff's Building. Upon evaluation of where we're at in the general fund, it will now be our recommendation to not fund that in the 25 budget for the $15 million, nor the $15 million that was originally planned, but instead to take out a $30 million debt issuance to finance that building. That building will have a very long useful life, and the intergenerational equity theory of public finance would say if you have a really long asset, a large, significant, long life capital asset like that, that you make future taxpayers pay for a building that's going to serve them as well, and you don't put that burden all on your current taxpayers. And what that would do, if we do that, it would free up the $30 million now to keep it in reserves for emergencies when the picture is starting to look like we're eating into the reserves quite a bit. And FEMA especially, current guidance that we've been getting from FEMA is that they're going to be pulling back on especially non-public safety critical items like beach and parks. So we have a lot of storm damage that's been covered in Ian, Nicole, in Hurricane Irma, and Dorian, just the ones since I've been here, where we've had lots of coastal damage. If those types of projects are not covered, you could count on each major storm costing us $10 million in coastal repairs. That's probably the average over the last 4 major storms. As opposed to the 75% match of that, or 25% match of that right now. So that's the reason that it's listed at $30 million instead of 15. It was originally going to be 15, but we're changing our recommendation really to make the general fund reserves look better, and we'll see that in the next meeting. Mosquito control facility, council's already approved for the design contract of this facility. We'll talk about that a little bit more when we get to the 5-year forecast of mosquito control in the next agenda item. The last major project would be corrections video and surveillance project. There is already a budget that previous budgets there's already an amount that previous budgets have set aside in a capital projects fund for this project. However, it's been some time and the project cost has escalated, and we need additional funding to make that project a reality. And you've got the totals, including the carry forwards down there below. Funding for the road program is also here. So council previously adopted a road program on January 21st. Those projects are listed in our spreadsheet. The actual spreadsheets with all the projects were attached to the agenda item. So you've had time to look at those. If you have any questions, we have directors here if there's questions about specific projects, or if you have questions for me in general about budget process.
Okay. Got a couple items that I'd just like to ask about where they're going, how they're starting maybe to move them up. But I just noticed on page 16 under the trail projects, DeLand Sunrail Station to DeLand, $250,000, and it looks like that's the total. But then above it, there's an item, DeLand Sunrail Station to downtown, $2.5 million. Are those? What's the difference between those projects, Mr. Bailey? And then really what I'm looking for is how quick can we get that done, and is there a route established?
Right, yep. Good afternoon, Tim Bailey, Parks, Recreation, and Culture Director. So the first 250 that you mentioned is for the station itself. That's a restroom, bike rack, a welcome center, that kind of thing. The larger number is to extend the DeLand Sunrail Station to 44, up to the city limit.
With a trail?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
When?
So the restroom is going to be pretty quick. I think if Tad's here, I think it's already designed. I think we're pretty close to bidding it out. The other portion,
that's the $2.5 million?
Yes, right. That alignment is established, but it's a little ways out.
Okay. Okay. On 1019, this came up at I think that's That's the only Parks and Rec that I had.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
That's all right. Don't be sorry. Somebody else will need you. I think this came up at the last TPO, the LPGA. That was our road. It's not our road anymore. It went to the state. So are we waiting for the state to tell us when that's?
LPGA is still ours.
Is it? We didn't make the trade yet?
We have not made the trade yet. They are still working on investigating the condition of all the infrastructure along there, and along with we're having to do the same on the peninsula. So that deal has not been made yet.
Okay. So does that mean that the 45 million is in limbo? Is
Well,
it
that's the
something we're
cost.
saving for, or?
That's the cost.
That amount you see is in the funding to be determined. That was the cost of the project as it's been. We've applied construction CPI factors to all the projects that have been on this list for a long time now.
Okay. So we don't know when that'll be funded yet. True?
Yeah, there's no funding.
Yeah,
identified.
that's the case, and all these, that's the difference, like he was saying before. This is all of the capital, including stuff that we have identified that we need, but we don't necessarily have a way to fund it yet.
Right.
And that's one of them.
So the DOT, Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director, the DOT has a project on the books. They funded the PD&E and the design. We're working on the transfer. They're going to do the transfer. We're waiting on, as Mr. Rectorwell said, to finalize the agreement and get that before you all. Transferring a road from the DOT is a little more difficult than like when we do between counties and cities. There's a whole process. This item and the unfunded or funding yet to be determined was back before the DOT was going to do a said widening project. So when we do in fact transfer the road, this will come off because it will no longer be our project, but it's still in here until that actually occurs. They have funded design, they have not funded right-of-way acquisition, nor have they funded the actual construction. That's where they are in their road program for that particular project.
Okay. There's going to be a lot of right-of-way. There's going to be a lot of right-of-way acquisition there.
Actually, the right-of-way is great in terms of the road itself, but they need to acquire some areas for the stormwater ponds is what they'll end up having to do.
Okay, good. Ryan or somebody on page, I'm almost done. On page 20, there's $1 million impact fee for motocross. We don't have motocross. How's the impact fee come?
I think one of the constituents asked this. This is
Yep, Tim Bailey,
You
Parks
answered
Recreation Culture Director. So impact fees are collected for new development, new construction, and it's collected to build a new facility or some growth-related asset at a park. So it's not like we're just collecting it for that project. It is collected for all new construction, and then those impact fees, which are collected in quads or district-wide is county-wide. So, and those funds get collected and then go to build new construction. Can't be for maintenance, has to be for new construction.
Okay. So you're anticipating motocross?
Yeah.
Yes, you guys have voted on having that project. So
I don't remember motocross coming to us for a vote.
you guys, yes. As
We
part of, you
voted
did
to-
it. You did it as far as your goal setting, the same than you did the park at Bennett. So
We voted.
now we
to have
haven't
a
said where it's going to
consultant
be yet.
bring
You
us
bought.
back
You happen to
figures.
buy land, and you've had a consultant. You've talked about it, but it's definitely a project on our list.
But we approved a consultant to bring us back costs, information about it.
Yep.
There's actually a budget that was approved by council of $3.5 million in the Echo Fund. This is a budget that was submitted as part of this year's budget that would be in addition to that. This point of this process that we're going through is if the council would like to make changes and have us go back, we can pull that out of the impact fee fund and put it back to reserves if that's the will of the council. That's the point of what we're doing here.
Okay, stormwater, where I'd really like to spend money on page 22, there's $500,000 a year for different projects, it looks like. What is that just something we're going to do every year? We're going to set aside since we know we have a lot of stormwater projects that are needed?
So we actually set aside a certain amount of money every year for acquisition of property as well as small flood mitigation projects. So that's something that you see every year as things come up. We'll acquire property as needed if it's we get a willing seller and it's an area that we can generate a project, or if it's a situation where I know there was back when I was at Road and Bridge, we would buy some low-lying lots in areas that would come up for sale just because we didn't want people to build houses on them. So we do budget that amount every year. We don't always spend it all, but given the situation we're in now, we're probably looking to generate. We just recently acquired a parcel of land on Grand Avenue. We're going to look to do a project there where there's some localized flooding. Typically, that's where we fund these types of projects.
Okay, good, thank you. On page 24, is there a list somewhere of what the future projects are? You've got year 2, 3, 4, a lot of money.
Sure. Are you talking about the water utilities projects?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a specific question you have, or are you just asking what these projects are?
Yeah, what they are.
Yeah, so the Glen Abbey project, that's the large water plant down in DeBerry. Oh, future projects, construction. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I apologize. So a lot of times we have various upgrades that have to be done to our water and wastewater plants that could be involving replacing pumps or filtration units. So we put in an amount every year to cover those kinds of projects. We don't always spend that amount. It's an enterprise fund, so if we don't spend it, it goes back into the pot of money to stay there. But typically we have multiple water and wastewater plants, package plants. You could have a well that goes down, pumps that could go down, all those different kinds of things. So we allocate a certain amount of money every year for that.
Okay, good. So we're not cut short.
Correct. Yeah, it's just you never know in the utility business, something can break, and you want to make sure you have the money to cover it.
And that's why it looks like, that's why I hear from the public, you've got all these reserves just sitting there. You don't, stop taxing us for a year. We're actually putting money aside for
yes, sir.
Projects that we know
We put
are
money
coming.
aside for projects that, there's unknowns, and anybody who runs any large organization that requires a lot of maintenance, whether it's roads or utilities or whatever, there's always that unexpected event. And the thing about, as Mr. Rechterwald alluded to in an earlier discussion, it's an enterprise fund, so that money stays there. And we've been very successful at getting grants and those kinds of things for capital projects as well. So.
I think that's something very important to understand, that the projects that we do in utilities were all mandated. We had to do them, and I don't know where we'd be if Mike over there hadn't gotten the grants that we got on both of our big treatment plants. I mean, they're in the tens of millions of dollars, and we would have been footing that, and a lot of other utilities across the state are deep in the red because they have to meet those same requirements, and they did not get those grants. But we got those grants because the council was forward-looking enough to make sure that we went forward with advanced water treatment at a time when nobody else was getting there. That freed Mike up to work with the state and get the grants that we got. So again, it's one of those kind of quiet things we do. We do it behind the scenes. He gets it. But that would have all gone to the utility. It would have all been to the ratepayers, and our water would cost a lot more if he hadn't done that work.
And just one other quick thing. you want your utility to have it be healthy, to not be struggling or paycheck to paycheck, so to speak. And like a lot of things in public works, whether it's the signals or the road can't have a giant hole in it or whatever, the water and the sewer service has to work. And so we have to make sure that when those unexpected events occur, that we have the money to cover those costs and make sure that we're still providing the service to the ratepayers that we need to provide.
Absolutely. Good job, Mike. You're not in drop, are you?
No, he's around for a long time.
Okay. Another 30 years. Okay, last one for me, and I think I talked to Director Ryan about this. He said the county manager shared my concern on page is it 30 or 36? Anyway, it's the money for sound systems here in the sound booth, downstairs in the overflow area. I said, how can we move that up? How can we get it done as quickly as possible? And Michael said the county manager has already directed me to get that done as quick as possible. I didn't misquote you, did I? Did I get you in trouble?
What page was that, Mr. Chair?
Is it
the page that's up here now?
Is it 30 or 36? I can't read your writing. Well, that's my writing.
What line item?
Yeah. General Fund Rebuild of Council Chambers Audio Video System.
Where is it right there on the screen?
I don't know. That's not.
It's on page 10-36, the very last item. It's not on your screen. It would be on your laptop.
You need to go to the next slide.
Oh, does it?
Or next page.
There you go. Now it's on the screen.
The pages that the team is flipping from are different than the ones that are on the website. So that's why there was a little confusion.
Okay.
Questioning, Mr. Chair, what are we proposing to do there with that 300,000?
Chair, Council Michael Ryan, your communications director. The proposal would be to basically rebuild the entire system for the substantial parts of it. There may be some pieces that still work for us, but the system has been built and rebuilt and layered on over years and years and years, which creates some of the problems and troubles we experience. And several of the pieces are more than 10 to 15 years old.
Does that include the video from here in the chambers?
Yes, sir. It would, generically speaking, would include all the audio and all the video for here and TCK downstairs because they talk to each other.
Okay, good. I support that, Mr. Chair, because I think the video here isn't very good. When you try to watch it, I've had people comment to me, the videos.
There you go. It's messing up right now, apparently.
Thank you.
Nice job over there.
Cue the glitch. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that visual effect. Did you do that, Carissa? Okay. All right. That's all for me. Thank you, Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question on the trailhead funding stuff. Is that a dedicated line item sourcing of funding? Where's that come from?
We have $1.5 million year over year from the ECHO fund that gets moved over into the 328
comes from
trail
ECHO.
fund. Yeah.
Okay. And help me understand the $1 million allocated for the fairgrounds. Oh, I don't know what page. I was glancing through it.
So this is ECHO funds as well, and it is it's implementation of the council-approved master plan for the fairgrounds. If you've been by lately, you'll see the construction with phase 1. It's looking pretty good. Should be open in the next month, so I encourage you to go to the fair so you can see the improvements we've made. But this is for phase 2, which would be adding some shading, having some permeable pavers off the Hester and Dougherty building, so you could have people sit there during the fair, during events. We really want to make it more rentable so we can improve our revenue.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, there's three parties that are involved in that whole area people
Yes.
know as Fairgrounds. Cattlemen's, Fairgrounds Association and us, right?
Yes, sir. And the improvements are only on the county-owned portion.
And that's kind of sort of on the northwest side, I think, right? Where that long building is. I forgot what it's
Yes,
called.
Hester Dougherty building. That is correct. Okay. So directly behind the Ag Center, all the way up to the center of the cul-de-sac is county-owned. So that's about 19 acres is the county-owned
What are we
portion.
doing there?
So right now we have, so when you walk through it, we have shelled roads and the drainage is pretty bad. So we have completely redone the roads. Everything will be paved now, so it's ADA accessible, nice for people to access. We've added some bioretention elements, with cypress trees that we're planting. We tried to use green infrastructure. The whole midway will be lit with LEDs. We're using some permeable pavers in different areas as a demonstration for folks, as an option for them. We're allowing access to the Hester Dougherty building bathrooms. So now you don't have to rent the building to have the bathrooms if you have an outdoor event. And some other improvements to the building. So the roll-up doors that are now metal. This is what our consultant said with the master plan. You have a warehouse in the middle of a field. So we're going to do the roll-up doors that are see-through. We've added some storefront windows along the side, so it gets more light and it's more conducive to rentals.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that answer. The other thing, Mr. Chair, is I'm going to get into sensitive area. The jail. Talk to me about that $8 million video.
That's actually the total, it's not just video. When they're talking the security system in the jail, video is part of it. But think about it in terms of all the control of the cells. You know how when or if you were to go in there, how the doors work in such a way you go in, one shuts behind you, another one, so it's all the kind of.
You seen the movie Mission Impossible? How they hacked into that and they opened all the gates.
Well, we'll be putting stuff in there to hopefully that there won't be any hacking.
That's why it's $8 million. That's what it is.
But it's not, when we say security system, it's not like what you think, just cameras. Okay. It is really the operation of all those cells and all those corridors. And think about how, say you're running down a corridor, boom, the door's going to shut because they're controlling all that from master control centers. So it really is controlling the jail electronically, tying it in with the video as well, and so it's really the meat of the jail. I mean, it is how they run that thing daily, and it's a big deal, and that's why it is a big cost.
Is it Matt Reinhardt approved? I'm fixing to tell you.
We're gonna put him in and see if he can escape like an escape room thing. So we're gonna charge on weekends.
I see this $200,000 for the historic courthouse. What's going on there? We put a lot of money into that building over the years. What's up now?
I'm happy to answer anything else for the jail.
No,
but,
I'm sure Matt will get to it.
Mr. Corbett and Ms. Jennings are coming down to discuss the building. Now, of course, that is a historic building, so everything you do in there, it's probably a little bit more, and things that it's a little bit of a bear to keep up. There's no doubt. But go ahead.
Good morning, Council. Jim Corbett, Facility Management. So the $200,000 for historic courthouse, we have again, it's a historic building. We have a lot of issues going on right now. If you haven't walked around in it, I encourage you to look up at the ceiling. There's some plaster issues. The doors outside are some large historic doors, very expensive to replace. So we want to get in there and ensure that the prestige of that building is maintained. So we're going to tackle those issues so it does get a little bit expensive to do work in those older buildings. We have to find qualified craftsmen to do that type of work.
Is that general fund?
Yes.
Aren't there, and I don't know, I may be making something up, aren't there like historical preservation building grants out there or stuff like that? If there, have we pursued any of that?
We do. We work with Brad's group for ECHO grants where applicable. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm talking about state and federal probably. I don't know. I'm guessing.
A lot of those went away.
Okay.
That's actually one of the problems that occurred with some of our ECHO projects for private folks that were getting historical grants on a regular basis to match, and that went away and kind of left them hanging with half the money. And that's why, one or two of them I know went away because of those loss of those grants.
Gotcha. And then on the Ocean Center improvements, it's just, this is more of a, not that I have any concern with them, other than, that bill that's pending in the legislature for TDA funds. Last time I read it, it mentioned something along the lines that certain fundings or loans or commitments that were made up to a certain date. I thought it said July, but I may be wrong. I'm just kind of putting it on the radar. to make sure we've looked at that we can be ahead of anything if we need to, because it could
Well,
save us some of that money.
Yeah, it'll be an issue if that comes to fruition. The main part of it, of course, is the debt that we took out
Yeah.
to expand that building back in the mid-2000s. So that's the biggest part of it. Now, since then, of course, we're trying to keep it up and maintain it on a pay-as-you-go methods because we have such a large debt already tied into the expansion.
I think where I'm going is that if I'm correct in my understanding of the bill, I think it said that any funding or debt that's issued before a certain date in July would be sort of grandfathered into being utilized as the TDA funding before you have to do other things with it. And the reason I bring it up, instead of paying cash for some of these things, maybe it's better for us to, I don't know, I'm guessing, I don't know if it's $500,000, whatever it might be, borrow that money, and then we secure the funding from the TDA side instead of taking it out of our general fund. So I may be off on the dates, but I think it's worthy to check.
I get what you're laying down.
Yeah,
So
there you go.
we'll talk more about that.
Yeah, we find
All
a
right?
loan officer to give us a little loan.
Yeah.
Okay, that's my thoughts. Yeah. Anyway, just trying to be ahead of it.
Yep.
And
No,
be
thank
strategic.
you.
Okay. And the only other thing I have to my colleagues, I do have one ask. And I don't have the dollar for dollar, and if you want, I'll try to work it and give it some suggestions. But the Saxon Boulevard, that's a major issue for me. One of the major issues, but Saxon Boulevard, Finland to Normandy. I'll kind of paint the picture for you. That area is like super busy coming off I-4. And what we have there, right in front of the Publix, where the Halifax Medical Center is, we have 3 lanes coming in from the highway, and then you have, I'm going to guess, about 100 feet to merge into 2 lanes. And it's a lot of cars in the evenings coming out of there. When you're on that 3rd lane all the way to the right, you got to gun it to try to get into a right position. So it's a safety thing. And I see that we have allocated $6.7 million. Tad or Bren, by the way, happy birthday, Ben. What is that money for? What are we doing with the $6.7 million that is not funded? I want to try to see if we can escalate that and possibly swap it for something else if it helps that situation.
So that project was one of the projects that were identified as part of the half-cent sales tax push. What I would recommend is we can definitely take a look at it and study it. That would probably be the first thing we would want to do. But I believe a lot of that area is tied into what the DOT plans on doing with an interchange in that area. So you want to speak a little bit more to it?
And you may recall, as a part of the road program presentation, there were a group of projects that we did not purposely include for your consideration. Not that they couldn't obviously add it, but that was one of them because that interchange, and at this point all the way up through a prospective interchange up at Rhode Island, are part of the DOT's Beyond the Ultimate plan. And so we didn't want to spend a bunch of money in that area, understanding that it is a problem, but and then have DOT come through and then redo all of that. We didn't want to spend that much money on what would effectively be a temporary process. We do plan on coordinating with the Department of Transportation and then trying to build off of what they're going to do when they get to that stage so that we've got an improvement, not just there at Finland, but even quite a bit farther east is the plan. So it would allow us to stretch our dollars a little bit farther, DOT taking care of everything basically west of Finland.
Because they would, that's what I was going to ask. A DOT would come up how far? Would they even go up to Finland?
I would expect that they would. I mean, anything that you're going to do, I mean, they try to set logical termini, and if you go stop west of Finland, then you're basically stopping in the middle of nowhere. You're stopping in the middle of those 2 shopping centers, Publix on the south side.
So when we put, I know it was done by the 50 cents, like you said back then. Did we do any due diligence or research on any of that when we parked the 6.7 million? Or was it just an arbitrary? I'm not critical. I'm not being critical.
No, what we were using for those numbers was the DOT has their long range recommendations for calculating, and that's what we used. And that was the conceptual number 4 or 5 years ago. So I don't believe it's actually been factored for growth. and certainly does not account for any
Yeah,
interchange improvements.
They've been adding to it based
Every
on
year.
CPI. I will say one thing. The DOT came and recently met with us regarding their plans. They had that beyond the ultimate kind of look ahead, and they're actually resurrecting that, and they're basically updating the PD&E on that. And we had a discussion with them that included that stretch from Saxon actually all the way up through Rhode Island. And the discussion, what we had relayed to them is we really want to see that Rhode Island interchange either tied to maybe the express lanes if they take them that far. So that could lead to a pretty unique situation, you know, depending on what they come up with, where you end up with like an access road, if you will, because those interchanges are so close to each other. You could end up with a situation like you have down in Lake Mary between 46 and Lake Mary Boulevard, where you have that fly road. So as they're updating the PD&E, we'll work with them on that, and then any improvements that they identify, we can tag on for that section.
Yeah,
between
I
50
like
and
what you're putting down. I guess my ask to the council is, if they're already starting that process, we got to start putting money towards it. Is where I'm going with this, right? Because it's unfunded at this point. And Ms. County Chair, how would you recommend me to go about that? Because it's $6.7 million. Do I need to find $6.7 million elsewhere and say swap this for that?
Yeah, go door to door.
I'm going to start at
How
Holly Hill.
much did we just spend in CRAs?
The one thing I would
start at Holly Hill.
One of the reasons we switched from a road program that was being approved by the council to a priority list was because we didn't have enough money to fund everything on there. And as funding sources became available, you know, they'd come before you anyway for approval of this contract or that contract. So in this case, what I'd recommend is that, you know, we wait to see how DOT's schedule progresses. I haven't looked at their schedule lately to see where they are in terms of that interchange on their 5-year road program. If it's out 3 years or more, you know, the only funding source that we have for transportation that is consistent is that new nickel, that $5 or $6 million that's typically marked for capacity style projects. Outside of that, our funds are based on impact fees and proportionate fair share. And really 2-3 years out, we don't really have a very good crystal ball on what those numbers are going to be. So we generally don't spend those on outlying projects. That
I'm with
said,
you.
this would be something we would.
But I would
earmark
have
those
to.
funds
I would have to, in essence, find, and the council would have to agree if they so choose, money to take it from somewhere else.
Well, we put it on the priority list, and then as it comes forward, we would fund it based on the money that we have at that point in time, and you know, we shift it around. But that's why we've got a priority list, so that you can go ahead and say, hey, this is more important to me than say, you know, making changes up there at Lake Helen Osteen Road, something along those lines. I mean, we've got several different projects that could be bumped, you know, just based on what your priorities may be at the time. So, and if DOT's schedule is a little bit ahead of, you know, or moves forward, then we can go ahead and make the adjustments on that list.
Gotcha. And so I'm sorry if I sound repetitive, Mr. Chair. I'll find a way to present to this council an idea to make that section a priority of ours that can potentially be funded within the next cycle, at least a set aside, because we don't know what it's going to cost, but start putting money away for it. And if the council so agrees, we'll go from there, if that's okay.
Right. Now, with it being tied to a DOT project, obviously, especially something with the interstate, there's going to be quite a bit of lead time on a lot of these different things.
We'll just shut down the train station and they'll give us the money. I'm joking.
We won't need all that money right up front. We'll need design money first, right-of-way money.
Right-of-way acquisition.
And it's going to take, for those processes, quite a while for DOT.
Yeah, that's what I figured, yeah. And then for us to do the right-of-way acquisition and the identifying all that. That's why I want to start putting money away to it now.
Sometimes it's easier for us to get property than them, so that's something we'll work on. Okay. Again, it's very thoughtful to be out ahead like that, because there are some things maybe we can do to prep it.
Because we're going to have to do something there. That's unacceptable, the way those 3 lanes just, it's a rush. You've seen it. It's dangerous. So, anyway.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. The first question I had on page 1038, the court safety and security measures. I saw on the previous pages about the historic courthouse. Of course, we've talked about that, and I saw year 2, 3, 4, and 5. Is that addressing these concerns for the Foxman and the Henderson courthouses?
Yes. So essentially, those court safety security measures are for all the courthouses that we identify. Considering that we're doing the judicial space study and we've got that effort undergoing, so the efforts may shift from one courthouse to another depending on what the results.
Yeah, because I know that they just brought on 2 new judges, and of course space was an issue. Courtroom space, office space, things of that nature were an issue. Not sure where they were going to put them. I know that was a concern. In addition to the fact of some of the antiquated ways of security from the Henderson courthouse. Seeing that over the years, there are some concerns that obviously you're aware of.
Yes, it's a continuous process, and we're working with the Sheriff's Department to identify those deficiencies and rectify them.
Does that just address interior or exterior as well?
Both.
Both.
Interior and exterior security measures, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then Danny's yelling at me not to bring up anything about the jail, but sorry, buddy. Page 1034, to answer or go along with my colleagues' concerns about cameras at the jail. Some of the, and you can attest to this as well, that some of the cameras that are in there date back to, at least the framework of that, date back to the opening day of that jail in 1987. So that, I mean, right there, and you want to talk about grainy footage, it is absolutely necessary to be able to get a clear picture to some of the activity, especially inside the blocks.
Oh, for sure. And Randa Matusiak, Public Protection Director, we do try to update and upgrade, cameras as we identify issues with them, but certainly it's something that we have to budget for consistently. And then that video surveillance system will further update the cameras, and we actually try to reduce some of the costs with that to comparing it to how we typically budget for cameras and replace those cameras, because we did see some additional costs with that project, and so we are trying to kind of reel it in a little bit.
Now that addresses the issues in both facilities, the correctional facility and the branch jail.
Yes, sir.
So, David, for just, he's not even here. FYI, there have been over time frame, especially as we add new buildings over the correctional facility, the dormitories, are many blind spots that we identified years ago, even more now. So that would obviously need more. There is an interface also, just to inform people, that when an officer approaches a door and presses the button to gain access to a specific area of the jail, when they press that button for the camera, or there's an interface between the door and the camera itself. So that's a security issue as well that we need to hold on to. And lastly, about the jail, I noticed that years 25, 26, with the window replacement, we've talked about that for many, many years. Those windows are in bad shape. We've been using a filler, if you will, to, matter of fact, on a security inspection, we're looking for jagged edges in those windows. As windows deteriorate and break. And I know that we talked about this a long time ago when I was working there. I just don't want to keep pushing this back because the cost of those windows are extremely expensive, and the cost is only going to go up. You think cameras are expensive? Those windows have that steel mesh that's in them,
right?
And they're about yay thick. So they're not cheap.
We've been looking for alternates with that one as well, because we have several of these. I mean, you can see this. We have the video visitation, we have the potable pipes that we're trying to kind of phase in, because that does require shutting down units and things like that. For the windows, we're trying to find ways to be a little bit more cost effective with that as well, because it's not just the cost of the windows, it's actually that they have to, the windows as they are right now are built into the wall.
They're inbuilt.
So there's a lot of masonry and all of that kind of stuff that's involved with that as well.
Unfortunately, there are legal issues that under Florida model jail standards that you have to have so much natural light, and it's actually measured.
I think it's actually just light is what we've kind of verified with that.
Oh, they have changed that.
So
then.
we
So
are
it used to be
making
natural
sure.
light.
So top priorities for us, of course, is to follow and make sure that we're passing and abiding by FMJS standards, and of course safety. And so we stay on top of the condition of the windows right now, and we are monitoring that, and taking that into consideration as well when it comes to timing out the repair of those. Some options that we might be looking into is replacing some bricking over others, you know, to be
As
able
long as you
to.
add the illumination.
As long as we meet those requirements, right, for FMJS standards, sure.
And then now that they've changed that, that may be even better and more cost effective.
Makes it a little easier.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Said a couple quick items just want to talk about. Got approached by the business community in Edgewater, and they were inquiring about getting, I guess, Josephine to Air Park or Park Avenue, maybe upped on the list. You know, I've been down there several times, obviously, and there's also been some major stormwater issues and drainage issues down there. Didn't start recent, 30, 40 years, from what some of the residents have said. So I want to try to focus on that, and that's also to one of the entrances to the largest. This goes back to a little bit of David's push last meeting for enhancing our industrial sites and our industrial community and jobs, but it goes into one of the largest industrial or contiguous industrial areas in the county, which is right down there off of Old Mission and Park. So if we can look at that, see if we can prioritize that Josephine and 10th to Air Park, that'd be a focus of mine. I'd support that. And also to Ben. Where's Ben? Ben, I saw the $2 million in there still for the dredging of Spruce Creek. I know that cost is going up by the second. Do we have any idea if we can, or what kind of the forecast is looking like to get that project funded?
I'm gonna turn it over to Jessica. She's been working that
There you
project
go.
for a little while.
Good afternoon, Jessica Fentress, Coastal Director for Volusia County. We have been working diligently on the Spruce Creek dredging project. Since it's an outstanding water of Florida, there's a lot of feedback from the environmental regulatory people, from the DEP mostly, where they want to reduce and minimize the impacts to our oyster beds that are in the area. So they're trying to reduce the footprint. A couple of recent bids came in through our consultant DMC on a similar project. Last fiscal year, we were estimating about $1.2 million for construction, and the bids that are coming in have just absolutely skyrocketed. We're looking at reducing the footprint to come into compliance with DEP a little bit more. We're also looking at the alternatives of doing hydraulic versus mechanical dredging, and the numbers have just kind of blown out the water right now. So we're at about $2 million. I'm carrying about $700,000 balance on the project, and I'm hoping that by next fiscal year these numbers will hold firm and we can go to construction. We also still need to negotiate the approval from FEC, who actually owns the trestle and owns the land under the trestle, for their permission to actually do the work as well.
So we need about 700,000, you said?
No, we're good right now. That's why we pushed it 2 years out, is we don't believe we can physically go to construction before FY 26-27, just with the FEC and the regulatory comments that we're getting back.
Okay. You had one of the chairman and members of FIND, reach out to Buddy and his crew, and I guess too to capture some of their funds if we do need it. I guess they need Spruce Creek, that side has to be accessible. So we've been talking about that, but this is definitely I appreciate you guys prioritizing what you're doing. So thank you. Ben, see flood mitigation project 600,000, and then land purchases. Do we have any expectation to bring that number up, or is that what you were talking about earlier? It's just pretty standard that you figure into your budget.
Well, the stormwater fund, as you know, we raised the fee to the maximum allowed under the current amount. We had the discussion a few months back about, doing the notice and setting the meeting to increase, not to necessarily increase the fee, but to increase the cap. What I would say is any increase in the stormwater utility fund for capital projects at this point is going to require a fee increase.
Okay.
I would also add just a reminder, what you're looking at here is what's going to be in the adopted budget. What's not included in this plan is any grants. Grants are done through amendments, And the CDBG DR money, which has millions and millions, hundreds of millions, is not included in this. So obviously there's a lot more stormwater money out there.
Okay. All right. I think everybody else covered everything. Thanks.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman Ryan. Real quick, facilities, I was just there, facilities for courts. I lost it, but I was there until I touched my, that 255 million, is it, in the out year of total?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, we really don't have a better number for that. That's the number that we had in last year's presentation. This would be the number that was previously discussed it's been carried over for many years.
Got it.
And inflated a little bit based off of the original East Side courthouse issues.
So like the sheriff's new building, would this be another opportunity to bond?
Any project of that size would require bonding.
Require.
With the sheriff's facility, we actually could, in theory, you could fund it, but
Fund
you
it.
wouldn't have enough. You wouldn't have probably as much money as would be recommended to have for reserves.
And what other looming projects are out there that you're eyeing for bonding?
In this budget, we have 3 different projects that would be looking at bonding. That would be the sheriff's office facility,
Right.
the solid waste landfill, phase 1, and the mosquito control building.
Got it. And so the solid waste would be paid for out of fees.
Paid for out of the solid waste fund, which is wholly fee-driven.
Mosquito out of the mosquito tax.
Out of the mosquito control millage, which we'll cover that 5-year forecast here in a minute. So
Okay, but I'm going to ask you about the last one. The court would be
if you were to bond the court facility, that would be out of general revenue.
General fund.
Yep.
Right. Thank you.
That it. Councilman Kent.
Appreciate it, Chairman. Council, just a couple there's actually a lot that jump out at me, but the 2 that I just briefly want to touch on. The DeLand Courthouse chiller, $975,000. It always blows my mind to think we're going to spend $1 million on a chiller, but it is what it is. You know, it's the cost of doing business. The other one is the Branch Jail potable water pipes at $5.4 million. It brings me back to most things on this list to me are renewal and replacement. And it's just a good reminder for me, and I think for all of us, with anything we're going to build new, we have to keep in mind there is a cost associated with making sure we keep it in pristine condition, and it's going to need air conditioning, it's going to need heat, it's going to need a new roof, it's going to need to be repainted, it's going to need new water pipes. And these are things that aren't lost on me, and I know they're not lost on you gentlemen either, which is why I think it would be beneficial to the county residents. I think it would be beneficial to this council, and I think staff would appreciate it. And I've not spoken about this with staff, but a designated millage for renewal and replacement every year. So a piece of our millage, you know, this way staff knows and we know, here's a pot of money that we're going to spend every year on renewal and replacement, because we know that a roof lasts 30 years. We know it's going to have to be repainted in 10 years. We know all of these things are going to happen, and it takes some of that guesswork out, because we are spending hundreds of millions of dollars on this. It's a real need that we have. It's not a shell game. It's more of this is what we are dedicating every year. So George and company, cut loose and make the decisions on where you want to see this money spent, and prioritize our buildings. And then it comes back down to every new building we build, we have to care for, because I refuse to ever be part of a government body that doesn't take care of what they have. You know, we have something like recreation. We can never ever say, well, we got to shut down this indoor basketball complex because it's raining and, you know, the roof needs to be redone. That's a big no-no. Like I think we're doing a good job of taking care of our stuff, I want us to have something implemented that says, boom, here's an amount of money every year. It's dedicated. This is what you're going to get to make sure things are on the up and up. Thanks.
Do you have any feedback on that?
Well, the way we operate, I will just say, and he can elaborate more. The good news is we haven't added anything new, and so we are operating kind of under that premise. I mean, the suggestion of having a dedicated millage, we could work at it from probably a dedicated dollar amount, which translates into a millage, and make sure we understand. It's not that on the Department of Transportation has actually in their statutes a certain amount of money that comes in the door. The first dollars in have to go to resurface and maintain what they already have. So yes, it's that same premise of, hey, we got to take care of what we have before we build anything new. And we are. This team has been operating under that premise, for many years. So I wouldn't be that hard to translate it into a millage and come to you before and show you that we're making those needs. And like I say, we have been able to keep up with what we have because we haven't added a lot of new things. The sheriff's building would be the first one that's new. And kind of an additional than what we've had in a long time. The other things we've had have been replacements. You take like the evidence room, that was out at the old jail. It was a nightmare, and we were able to replace that building. Same with the medical exam building, it was a replacement. So, we're working under that kind of idea. We don't have anything right out there right now that jumps out at me that's in the shape that those facilities had gotten to, because we have worked towards modernizing. So, you want to add to that at all?
I would add, the budget for the county is, we have hundreds of funds. So when you say a dedicated millage, you would almost be talking about that in a variety of funds. Like if we were to dedicate some of the fire millage to maintenance and so it's a little bit different than perhaps a city where the general fund does most of the work. Road work right now is funded with the County Transportation Trust Fund, so there's not really a millage tied to that. Same thing for the Ocean Center. So there's a little bit of, we try to make sure that we're setting aside the right amount of money for facilities. It's actually, you can ask George and Suzanne, some of the analysis that I've been doing is, what kind of money are we setting aside for capital? Because you'll see it in the 5-year forecast presentations. We have capital replacement and maintenance type items that are in the operating budgets of each of these areas, but then we also break out at the bottom of every forecast for the general fund specifically, major capital improvements. And then we usually are using one-time money to do those types of projects. Some of those major capital improvements are a little more aligned with repairs, like the pipes project or the security project. Some of them are purely new things, like the sheriff's building. Having enough money set aside for recurring capital is something that we need to have, and it's important that we're making sure that we do that. Setting aside a millage rate for it, if you were to just look at the general fund, we can calculate what we're doing today, and we can easily bring that back and then maybe set a goal that will set aside part of it. It wouldn't be a separate millage rate the same way like the sheriff is a separate millage rate, because there's actually a separate specific state statute that allows us to levy a fine and forfeiture fund millage, which is legally what the law enforcement fund is called. And that allows it to be on the tax bill. There's no equivalent thing for renewal and replacement. So it would really just be divvying up our current millage and say that we have a goal of setting aside this much of our current millage to those types of things. That would just be the general fund piece. So there's complexities to it, I guess. Yeah. That's what I'd say.
Thank you. Does that help? Okay. Well, you've got direction on 10.
I actually have one more thing.
Okay.
Just adding on to that, making sure that we have funding for all of what we need in the future, including capital, is a part of why we do 5-year forecasts for budgets as well. So that's a critical part of looking at this. It's not just sustainable from a maintenance and capital perspective, but from an operating perspective as well. So that's why we go beyond just setting a current year budget.
Okay. Then while you're here, why don't we do the 5-year forecast in item 11?
All right, can you get the PowerPoint to that?
Thank you, directors.
ESPN version? All right. So I actually want to point something out on the title slide. It says part 1 of 2, and that's because we're only covering 6 funds here today. Will be at least 6, 7, maybe even 8 funds. I'm not quite sure where we're going to land on the last presentation. Just things that we want to point out to council on these 5-year plans. We actually do way more than that in 5-year forecasts. We just don't present them here. They become part of your recommended budget book that you'll receive in July. But we do financial forecasting for all of our major operating funds, not just the ones that we're presenting to you. We present the ones to you here in chambers for all of the taxing funds, because there's a direct, a rate that has to be set, and then any other funds that we have, things that we want to point out to you, critical junctures, if you will. The 5-year forecasts, each forecast that we show you is for an individual fund, an individual funding stream. It shows you the adopted budget for this year and an estimate for where we're going to end the year. That estimating process is very important to us in the finance office because it kind of tells us, well, what are we going to have left over? We plan ahead, especially in the general fund. You'll see that next meeting. We plan ahead for anticipated savings, like we'll find grants or we won't use the entire budget. We plan ahead so that we can reduce our millage rate in the general fund. In some of the other funds where it's not as critical, like the solid waste fund, for example, if they don't spend the entire amount that's allocated towards that construction project, that just stays in that enterprise fund and it rolls to the next year. Same thing with the water sewer fund. So those estimates are important to us because they tell us where we're starting the year. Then there's a column for the budget request and a column for 3 out years, which encompasses your 5 years. The top of every forecast is the revenues and the bottom of every forecast is the expenditures. Some of the assumptions in this presentation, the funds across the board, we got our values from the property appraiser last Wednesday. Depending on the taxing district, the growth on property value, taxable value specifically, was 7.4 to 8.1%. 8.1% was where the majority of the funds were, including the general fund, which would also be where ECHO, Forever, the library, and the law enforcement fund would be, because those are all county-wide taxing districts. In other words, county-wide taxable values went up by 8.1%. Of that 8.1%, 2.6 of it was new construction. So revaluation made up the remaining 5.5. In the out years of these forecasts, we still anticipate taxable value going up by 7% a year. To people that are watching this online, perhaps, you might say, how are they saying that taxable value is going to go up by 7%? Don't you see that property values are going down? If Councilman Dempsey were here, he'd be nodding right now. Yes, we do see in just values that some of the sale prices are being reduced out there and values have stabilized, if not going down a little bit. However, the way that property values work for taxing purposes is we have assessment limiters. The 3% limit for a homestead property, 3% or CPI, which this year will be 2.9%, by the way. That limiter has people way behind in their property values as far as what's actually being taxed. So just because your just value may be a little lower or maybe it's stable, and in some neighborhoods the property appraiser would tell you it's still going up. It's all over the place. Just because it goes in whatever direction it goes doesn't mean that the assessed isn't so far behind that it's just going to grow by that 3% cap. All non-homesteaded properties have a 10% cap. So when property values were shooting up during COVID, like maybe 50% over the 3-year period, we weren't seeing that in our taxable values. If you go back and look at our taxable values, they went up by 13, 11, 10%. So we're still the beneficiary of those delayed value increases when it comes to taxable value. That is why we can stand here comfortably and say we're still projecting 7% increases in taxable value between that and new construction. It's actually been confirmed with the chief, I don't know officially what his title is with the property appraiser's office, but Mark Wright, he's in charge of all the valuation. He's confirmed those values with me as well as far as what we should expect for the 10% cap and the 3% cap. Solid waste disposal fees are important to this budget because that's one of the forecasts that we're presenting. We're estimating 12% above budget and 4.8% above estimate. And again, that estimate process, now we're another year into the process. We're here talking about 26's budget. A year from now, I'll be talking about 26's estimate. And we'll only be 6 months away from year end instead of a year and 6 months. So those estimates, we've already taken into account the fact that things are doing better than they were originally budgeted. So that those estimates are why you see the two different numbers there. For the out years, 6% a year. That is an important revenue forecast to that fund. It's the main source of revenue for that fund. That's how we're going to pay for the need for that capital, that large capital project out there. That's also why staff took and council approved our CPI resolution. So now our solid waste fees will go up by CPI plus 1%. Add on to that an anticipated 2% growth in garbage volumes just based off of new residents and increased use of the landfill, which we've historically seen. That gets you to the 6% that we're projecting. Fuel taxes, that 9% is a bit of a misnomer the way that it says that right there. We're not going to see that kind of growth in the out years. However, in 2024, when we closed the books for 2024, we did see a bump in gas tax revenues compared to where we thought we would be. And we're now catching up and recognizing that 9% increase. But historically speaking, prior to 2024, we were only seeing like 1% changes because the gas tax is not indexed. It is a flat 12 cents per gallon for the local county levy tax. And so the only changes in that revenue would be increased use. Investment income, this is not the rate of return. You're all copied on the quarterly investment reports that we put out how we're doing and how we're doing against benchmark. The investment portfolio is around 4.5% to 5% return right now based off of government portfolios. However, we see those rates dropping. So these are percentages on top of percentages. These are the amount that we expect the dollar amounts to go down. And we do expect them to go down because government portfolios are invested in short-term securities. And if you're paying any attention to the bond market right now, while maybe there's some instability in long-term rates, like the 30-year Treasury just crossed 5%, and Moody's downgraded our credit rating, and there's some increased yields in some of the Treasury auctions because the Treasury has to continue issuing debt. The short-term side is what we're affected by. We're more affected by the Fed's rates as opposed to what the Treasury can issue 30-year bonds at. Those Fed rates, if you look at the Fed Open Market Committee, like what does the Fed think they're going to do? They actually put projections out, and we use those projections to factor in here. They all, the consensus of the Fed board members is that rates will come down. And so we factor that in. I won't go over each one of these lines to Danny's request for the ESPN version, but I do want to highlight a couple. Health insurance. Health insurance is a major cost driver for our personnel services. You'll notice in fiscal year 25-26 that it doesn't just say a percentage, it says based on enrollment. We are changing our methodology this year, and this is in response to ever increasing costs for health insurance. There are some areas, some participants in our health plan that have elected free family coverage. That changes the model. We provide the health insurance as the county through our self-insurance fund, and that self-insurance fund charges everybody that participates a rate. Corrections pays a rate, solid waste pays a rate, sheriff's office pays a rate, everybody pays a rate. We operated off of a blended rate. That blended rate worked the way that the plan was historically balanced. But as you have more and more people that are coming on with family coverage in the constitutional officers that have allowed for free coverage, it shifted that rate. The county has a nice health plan, and the amount that we charge for an employee to go to a family plan does not fully cover the cost of bringing those family members on board. So when you add a bunch of families and spouses, it has impacted the plan. So we're shifting our model. We've communicated this to all the constitutional officers. They've included it in their budgets. But we're shifting the model to actually charge based off of usage as opposed to a blended rate. That has allowed staff to keep the county-maintained funds relatively stable because we haven't made that shift where we're changing coverage. So the overall increase for county funds is 6.4%. The percentages you see in the out years are what we anticipate medical inflation will be, and this is based off of our healthcare consultant. Medical inflation has historically and is estimated to continue to be significantly faster than regular inflation. The other two lines that I'll call out are liability.
Mr. Chair, is he taking questions as he goes or no?
Sure.
Okay.
Matt was before me.
Go ahead, Matt.
Real quick, just to clarify, you made a comment a while back, something about our credit rating going down?
No, not our credit rating.
Oh, okay.
Not the
I thought you said
county's
our,
credit
and I was like,
Our,
I got a little
as
concerned.
in, I am a citizen of the United States.
Gotcha. Okay, when you said our, I thought, oh my goodness, I thought we just heard
The
that
U.S. credit
we were
rating
good.
was downgraded by Moody's. I'm
Thank you.
sorry if I
All right.
led it to believe that it was the county's credit rating.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. About a minute ago, I'm kind of confused, so I need you to clarify what you mean. A minute ago, you were talking about free family coverage, constitutional. What are you talking? What are you referencing there?
Our constitutional officers, the sheriff, the property appraiser, and the tax collector, part of their benefits package is free health insurance for family coverage.
Is that something new?
Wherever they're at. I believe the tax collector is proposing to do it for this year, and the property appraiser did it in the current budget year, and the sheriff's has done it for a few years.
And how much does that cost the county?
It costs the sheriff through his budget.
How much does it cost Volusia County taxpayers?
When it's hard to put a real number
We
to
can
that.
bring
I
that back with the next, we're doing general fund, of which is.
I wasn't aware of that. So you're saying that the county doesn't do that? We don't do that?
No, we
That's
don't.
something new, a trend that's happening?
Right, the constitutional officers, they can do their own benefit package. We have an agreement with them to use our insurance, but yeah, they can do their own benefits packages. And so there's right now, not all of them. I think the elections has stayed with us and does exactly what we do. But the others have moved towards, for their dependents, offering they pay for the full coverage for the dependents. We do not do that.
Corrections, they don't get that in corrections either?
Oh,
I'm sorry?
no.
So, I mean, I did not know that. That seems to be a new trend. We need to know, the public needs to know what that money is, because you're saying that Will Weatherford, our tax collector, Will Weatherford, what is his name, Will what? Will Roberts, is now proposing this year to give free health coverage to all of his employees' families. Is that what you just said?
He has not officially submitted his budget, but that's what we've heard.
Okay. I don't like to suggest news stories, but that's a good one. Thank you. The amount, the taxpayer, and I know that's not you, and George, I know it might be a sensitive topic, but in times like this, people know to know where their tax dollars are going and where they're being increased. So, thank you. We need to know the amount.
Liability insurance and property insurance are the other lines that I'd like to call out. It's not that this council just approved the premiums for our property insurance. They did not go down by 17%. But what the delta is between the budget for 25 and where we're going for 26. We had previously built in larger increases for property insurance, and by seeing that savings and then seeing the savings in the liability lines, we're able to make a one-time reduction to those lines. The first fund that we're covering for the 5-year forecast is the Volusia Echo Fund. It is presented at a flat rate, the 0.02 mils that was, sorry, 0.20 mils, as the maximum millage that was approved by the voters and the current millage rate. You can see that the revenues across the top, with the growth in our estimated property values that I previously talked about. This fund also sits on a significant reserve, as you can see on the bottom line, that allows this fund to make investment revenues investment income as well. And then the third line is transferring interest back from the ECHO direct expenditure program. So as council approves ECHO direct expenditure allocations, we transfer the money to a special capital projects fund just for ECHO County approved projects. That money earns interest while it's sitting over there, but that's not been approved towards that project. So when the project is done, we transfer the interest back. Tax collector and property appraiser excess fees. Every year when the tax collector and property appraiser close the year out, any money that they have left over, they have to refund back to all the county funds, and this is one of them. Personnel services, operating expenditures, tax collector, property appraiser commissions, and CRA payments comprise of what we call the operating expenditures, the year-to-year expenditures of this fund. You can see the $1.5 million trail set aside that Tim was referring to earlier today. The next line is the transfer to the ECHO County direct expenditure, and that is in line with the council approved plan that was previously approved. So these are the amounts that would be transferred in each one of those years. The next line is the motocross facility. This was part of the approved budget from last year. This is what I was referencing before, Chair, that this fund did have an approved budget for that. And then the last line is the amount that we've set aside for ECHO grants. So you can see that we've set aside $4.5 million for ECHO grants across the forecast. Last year we set aside a little bit more because we knew some large grants that were coming through. But right now it's set at the $4.5 million. This fund does have reserves that grow, but that enables us for future large projects. We're aware of some community projects going on out there that may require some additional funding. The Volusia Forever Fund, the ad valorem taxes are identical to the ECHO fund, so I won't go over that. The investment income, as this fund has increasing reserves, it increases its investment income as well. That's why it's increased for 26. The inflation factor for the negative is why it continues to go down. Operating expenditures are as listed. It continues to set aside 15% for trails management. And in this fund, we don't actually budget for the actual land acquisitions. As council approves them, we transfer that money from reserves. So all the money that's sitting aside for land acquisitions is shown in the reserves. As council approves for any of those purchases, all of those reserve lines would be impacted. Mosquito Control Fund. Mosquito control is presented here in the forecast at the estimated rollback millage rate. I say estimated because we haven't gotten our July 1st property tax values from the property appraiser. That's when we can determine the official rollback rate. And then a flat millage rate in all future years. This fund has the major story in this fund would be, as I referred to previously in the capital projects story, the agenda item, the building. Right now, we're transferring $1.7 million a year. That's the transfer to capital project fund for new facility construction. That is the last expenditure line on the forecast. The last expenditure line before the green operating expenditures is where it takes over in the out years at the same amount being transferred for debt service. So basically, instead of transferring it to save up, we'll be transferring it to pay debt service. And it is anticipated that we would be able to fund it at the exact same amount for debt service and construct it today.
Hold on one second. That
New facility that you're talking about, that will be built on the same land it currently sits on now, so we don't have to acquire new land?
That's correct. It's part of an agreement we already have with the airport, New Smyrna Beach.
Yes, sir. It's a lease. We did expand the lease to the adjacent vacant parcel so we can build and keep the facility operating, but no, we're not acquiring any land.
What will happen does that land, in other words, when the new facility's built, does that tear down the old structure and then give that back to them, or do we?
No, actually, what we're going to end up doing is the way the spacing works out is a lot of the areas where there's existing buildings will turn into stormwater ponds.
This fund can be as it's presented at the rollback rate. It can still fund the capital needs and to fund that debt service. The Ponce de Leon Inlet and Port District is a similar story to the Mosquito Control Fund. It's presented at the estimated rollback rate with a flat rate in future years. This rate enables the fund to continue to set aside money for dredging projects, which would be beneficial to the beach. Any spoils from those dredging projects can be used as beach sand, and this fund can afford to, based on the submitted budgets, go to the estimated rollback rate. The first non-taxing fund is the solid waste fund. The main reason that we're showing you this fund is because of the debt issuance. Anytime that we're proposing a debt issuance, I will bring you that forecast so that you can see that that's part of the proposed budget. Our budget document is very large, and this needs to be called out that this is part of the plan, because you will be asked to approve a debt issuance in the future. The way that we can afford the $50 million project for the new cell expansion is by issuing an estimated $38.7 million worth of debt. I'll tell you in the background, we've actually done more than 5-year forecasting on this fund. We've gone out 10, 12 years to make sure, because we know that the next cell will have to be built approximately FY30. So that means we're going to need to take out another debt issuance anticipated in FY30, and we want to make sure that we don't have overlapping debt and we get to a place where we can't afford our debt payments. So we're planning well ahead in this fund, and it can be done. This forecast can be executed to enable the landfill to continue to have space to put the garbage for a long time to come and at our current rate structure. The main reason we're showing you is because there's a debt. It's not because there's a problem. And finally, the County Transportation Trust Fund, the last fund that I'm presenting today. You can see our different gas tax revenues, fuel tax revenues that are in the revenue section. We've broken them out separately so that you can see the 12 cents that County Council is actually in charge of levying versus the fourth line, which is the state shared fuel taxes. There are actually a constitutional fuel tax and a county fuel tax that is levied by the state that's shared with us. The other lines are levied by the county. The 9th cent is not 9 cents. It is a single cent, just so happens to be called the 9th cent because that's the 9th cent that the legislature authorized between state and county levies. It is a single penny. It is not shared with the municipalities, which is why on a pro rata basis it looks higher than the other ones do. The other ones are shared with the municipalities, and then the 5 cent does not have any diesel levy. So again, on a pro rata basis, it looks off if you were to try to compare. This fund also has charges for services. This is where the road and bridge and traffic engineering divisions, if they do work for other entities, especially traffic engineering with maintenance of state roads, they charge outside entities for that work. It has investment income from the reserves that it sits on. And then of note, we transfer $5 million a year from the Municipal Service District Taxing Fund for the care of unincorporated roads. Total operating revenues are the green line. Subtotaling that, the blue line is the amount of money of reserves that we're using every year in the forecast to actually balance this fund, and they're going towards capital projects and or resurfacing. It really is just a matter of a flow assumption between those items. The expenditures, the personnel services operating, capital outlay, I've skipped resurfacing. Those are all estimated to continue with the regular inflationary factors. Those are all for caring for our existing road system, road networks, traffic signals, and everything that we take care of with our existing assets. Resurfacing is also for existing assets, but it's a separately called out line item because it's a contract that we bid out, and it is of size, as you can see. The final line in that section is reimbursements. So not only does this fund charge out external entities like the FDOT or cities for work that they do on traffic signals or other traffic work, but it also charges out other departments or divisions in the county like stormwater, or if they do a project out at solid waste, or they do beach ramps out at coastal, maybe on like a hurricane project or something like that. All those reimbursements are shown as negative expenditures under an accounting standard. If you add the two together, this fund does $5 million worth of work outside of the fund that helps offset those ongoing maintenance expenditures that you see. The percent of total operating revenue, which is the two green lines, how they relate to each other, this year in the 25 budget, they were at 98% because of the fact that we were able to see that we had like what appears to be a one-time bump or correction in gas tax revenues. Perhaps some of it's related to Buc-ee's, I'm not sure. Because of that, the percentage dropped to 91%. it's mainly because of the extra little bit of gas tax revenues, but we don't anticipate that kind of growth in fuel taxes going forward. That is not normal. Normally, fuel taxes grow at a very steady rate. So you can see by the end of the forecast, we get back to that 96%. So that's telling you that of all the revenues you're collecting in the operating revenues, the operating expenditures are that percentage of it. So your resurfacing program, part of your maintenance, is part of what those operating revenues help cover. Again, there is a flow assumption that you can make that maybe it's the reserves that are paying for resurfacing and the new money's going towards construction projects, but you can see the relationship between the two green lines. The capital improvement program is very similar to what we presented already. It's just shown that this is the pieces related to this fund, so I'm not going to cover all those items. You can see the reserves in this fund at the very bottom of this slide, going from 26 million to 17 million, and all of that's being spent on capital. The next steps is the second set of forecasts will be at the next council meeting, which will be the rest of the taxing funds and the funds that relate to the general fund, so emergency medical services and beach management. Final values will be received from the property appraiser's office on or before July 1st. Then we can take the word estimated off of our rollback rates and figure out the actual rollback rate. That being said, in the past, there's not been a very big difference between these values. They're pretty consistent. And the recommended budget will be presented to council on July 22nd, at which time tentative millage rates will be set for the trim notices. Any questions on the remainder of the forecasts that I presented?
Councilman Johansson.
No questions, waiting for comments.
Go ahead, you can start.
Thank you, sir. A couple of things. Ryan, thanks for the brief. You said many times, and that comes from reserves. A lot of times during the year, especially this time of year, people start communicating to us that our reserves are plentiful. And why are they so? Why is the reserve so big? And then I see you shifting millions of dollars out of it to pay for things in this year and the out years. Is there any way that you can not staff a slide, but citizen a slide that shows what our reserves are and where the money's going? A simple slide. It doesn't have to be pretty. It doesn't have to be multicolored. Just to show people that of the millions of dollars we have in reserves, it's not just sitting there for us to use for whatever we want. Every dollar pretty much is there for a purpose.
Right.
With the note one, FEMA might not always give us what we want in the future, and note two, we have some coastal stuff and other big projects that we haven't really even talked about yet.
We have, and we can work on maybe reducing it. In every budget book, there is a reserve section where it has all the reserves, all on a single place.
That's ugly. We need to citizen it.
We'll work on trying to reduce that.
Yeah, and I think
for me, actually, I'm blaming it on the citizen.
Yeah, what we've tried to do, and we'll continue to point out what's really an emergency reserve.
Yeah.
That's really the true unassigned money.
Absolutely.
Right. And all the other is really a savings account where you guys have picked out, and previous councils have picked out these projects and things that we want to do, or we need to expand, or we have to rehabilitate, and it's a savings account for that.
The fire truck we're going to buy in 10 years.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's not truly, when I know some people think of reserve, they think of it all as an emergency reserve, and that's not really the case. That's a much smaller percentage, and you'll see that in the general fund thing next week too. I mean, he is burning these things down, and these projects, as we tick them off, you're getting, that number gets down to a number that starts getting us a little nervous, especially with this talk about FEMA and reducing FEMA. You know, there are guidelines when we go to FEMA meetings and such, you know, as a coastal community, they would want us to even have more money than we do today. And that's their signal of saying, we may not be here, or we may not be able to fund you in the manner that has occurred in the past. So that's very important. So
Yeah.
we'll work on a better way of showing.
If we can just make it something that people can glance at and go, aha.
The other thing that I would add to that is just for the vast majority, I'm sure there's an exception somewhere, like the Echo Fund is a good exception to it. The reserves are growing in the Echo Fund and the Forever Fund until we make purchases. For the good majority of funds, when we're pulling from reserves, that is just carryover from last year. So the reserves are almost exclusively funded by last year's carryover. So you see the same number over and over and over again because we're keeping that money aside for emergencies or we're saving for future capital projects, and then one project comes out and another project keeps saving. So it looks like there's a static amount of money, but some of it is for emergency reserves, as George was alluding to.
Right.
But other of it is saving for capital projects, and that money is being carried over, and it counts in every budget year after year after year. That is not the actual revenue, the new money that we're getting or the new money that we're spending. There's a big difference, and when you're comparing to a city budget,
sure,
that is where it's the most predominant, because by state statute, we are actually required to budget for all of our carry forward money. In a city budget, the only fund balance that you'll see spent is the amount that's needed to balance the budget. The rest of it you don't see in that number. We have to budget the whole fund balance and then end with a fund balance.
Right. No, I'm perfect with that. The second thing is kind of a shot across the bow to my fellow council members that now is the time to dig into some of this stuff and talk to Ryan and George and Suzanne and the team to come up with brilliant ways to start knocking down the millage if that's what you want to do, not the end of July. So I know, it makes you sneeze. And so I suggest we start those conversations in earnest early, and if you haven't done so yet. So that's all I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. At this stage, we can be surgical, and the knife wounds are smaller. Later, we have to pull out a chainsaw, and then it's a lot more indiscriminate, and there's a lot more pain and suffering. So earlier the better. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. Good job. You've got some direction, and is Tad in the room? We'll go to item 12, contract with GPS Civil Construction, Inc. for the roundabout.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Don't sell it. You'll sell yourself.
I like roundabouts.
Okay, the motion to approve the funding for the roundabout at Pioneer Trail and Tomoka Farms Road was made by Councilman Robbins. And I didn't catch who made the second.
I did.
Second by David Santiago. Any questions?
Amazing
Any comments?
presentation.
Any comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Is Mr. Kent in the room? No. Good job, Ted.
I believe Mr. Kent left the meeting, so that is 5-0.
He did. He won't be coming back in a doctor's appointment. Item 13, approval of Public Housing Agency 5-year plan for fiscal year 2025 to 30.
Good afternoon, Carmen Hall, Community Assistance Director. This item is really quick. It is our 5-year plan for our public housing agency. This is our Section 8 program. It is a public hearing. At this time, we haven't received any public comments to include in the plan unless there are any now, Carissa. All right. So with that being said, all we need is approval so we can submit to HUD.
Move to
Motion.
approve.
Second.
Oh, we beat you, Danny.
Motion to approve by David Santiago. Second was it you or Danny? It was Vice Chair Reinhardt. Questions, comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oh, win.
That one's approved 5-0 as well. And the last item of the day is an appointment for the Educational Facilities Authority. Anybody can make the nomination. We have one applicant, correct?
Correct. You have one applicant, and the previous person, their term expired and they did not wish to be reappointed. At least one member needs to be of higher education. However, we've already met the requirement, so.
Well, this person is higher education as well, aren't they?
Correct.
Chairman, I'll make the nomination, Mr. Jose Bernier.
Okay.
Second.
Councilman Robbins nominates Jose Bernier, and Vice Chair Reinhardt makes a second. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
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 It's approved 5-0. Mr. Bernier is... Okay, we have one person for closing public comment, John Nicholson. You know the drill.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. Couple of things. One, I noticed in your presentation about the courthouse. I'd like to get my 2 cents in before it gets too far. I'd like you to think about selling the property, that portion that the county owns facing or on Beach Street, so that the city can put in condominiums. That location would probably bring in $1 million condos. It is across from a park, Riverview, Ocean View. It is near downtown, and it is across from the News Journal Center. So it is all the attributes of having a very good sale on condos. We absolutely need bodies in downtown. We have very few, and those that are living downtown are basically HUD housing, which you don't get a lot of sales from. So secondly, Troy's gone, but Ormond has a built-in millage for infrastructure for their roads. I brought it up before, so now that you're thinking about it, I would encourage you to, I know you're planning on all these other things and getting all this money from wherever, but having a basis for money doesn't hurt, especially when you're applying for grants and you need a match. So it doesn't have to be huge, but at least some money coming every year dedicated to roads helps, because the federal grants are not coming like they used to. Again, half-penny sales tax. No, there's an absolute 2 no's on half-penny sales tax, but at $50 million a year, you guys can do an awful lot with $50 million a year. And I know you Republicans, you don't like taxing, you want to lower the millage. However, but these things have to be paid for. At some point, you're going to have to dig deep and pay for these things. And the idea of, well, we can't afford it right now, we'll wait another 10 years, and then we'll be able to do something. That doesn't work anymore. There are just too many people coming into town, and you absolutely need to have that. And lastly, when we talk about affordable housing, I know that, again, picking on Jeff, that you don't want any more development. You don't want any more houses. But you have to realize, I was listening to a comment on the radio, that this poor guy has a hard time paying rent. It's only $6,400 a month, all right? Now, we don't have that yet, but we do have some that are $4,000 and $5,000 a month. But if you don't have housing, that housing that remains, the rent is going to go up. It's supply and demand. So if you limit the amount of housing that you have, then that housing that you do have will increase in value. The rents that you have will increase in value. So be careful about cutting out housing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, John. And that takes us to the county managers.
I have nothing today. Thank you.
And that takes us to the county attorneys.
Nothing today, sir.
Okay. For the council members, Councilman Robbins, you're first today.
Nothing today, sir.
And we're starting a trend. Will we keep it? Councilman Santiago.
Wow, I was gonna say nothing, but it's his comments' fault that I wanted to share a story. Sorry, Mr. Chair, but
no, that's okay.
Regarding affordable housing, I just wanted to share a story. I went to one of our local banks about 2 or 3 weeks ago, do normal banking, and I met this young lady, who's young family, and she recently bought her house. And the second year came around, and I don't know how we got into the conversation, but we started talking about taxes, property taxes. And she told me that when she bought the house, she knew that the previous owner was paying about $900 a year in taxes. And when she got her first tax bill in the following year, it was almost $4,000. And I just want to highlight that to show that how the tax system in our state is broken, because the person that was there at 900 didn't get any less services than the person who is now there at 4,000. And it was kind of sad to see the look on her face, because a young starting family now paying $4,000 for taxes on a property. So I don't have a lot of confidence that the legislature is going to find solutions this year, but I am optimistic that they have this committee together to try to come up with solutions to fix our broken property tax system in this state. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It's a good point. It's a story we all hear, I think, because nobody shows them or talks about our local property tax laws. Jake Johansson.
Oh, I didn't think I was going to be up that quick. And it is interesting, but that person that paid $900 also bought that house 30 years ago for 50 grand and enjoyed homestead, right? I moved here 10 years ago and the same thing happened. And then the guy said, well, look at the price of your house compared to what it was originally sold for. So I get it, I guess. I don't like the tax, don't get me wrong. We heard the item on the tower today. And the fact that we have some arbitrary, what I think is an arbitrary number of 1,000 feet, because somebody said, how about 1,000? Which is what it's sounding like was. It bothers me. It bothers me. And so, my mantra has always been, let's follow the rules, right? That's what we all want to do. When it says 1,000, Danny brought it up. Is 748 less than 1,000? Yes, then we're going to follow the rules. But if the rules are wrong, let's change them. And I think it's very important that we take a good look at why 1,000's 1,000, and if it should be 500 or should be 3 times the height of the tower, or based on the engineering 94 feet, which kind of would scare me if I was living 100 feet away from a 250 foot tower, that we do that. So I would like to make a motion to look at all regulations like that, if you can, Clay. I don't know how many there are, and come back with some scientific reasons why we're doing what we're doing, or at least provide me a list and take a stab at this one now, and provide us a list of all the other arbitrary setbacks and standoffs of things that we do here in the county, and try to fix them. And I know that's in the bigger picture of speeding up regulation and permitting and things that are preventing people from doing what they should be doing. But if you can take a look at that, that's my motion, sir.
Second. Okay, is there a short version of the motion?
Yeah, take a look at the tower standoff regulation and
to see if that
based on science.
To see if the 1,000 feet is okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. And Councilman Robbins, you made the second. All right, any questions or comments about that? All in favor of, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So staff will bring it back for us.
And the last thing I have is I'm a member of the AHAC, Affordable Housing Advisory Council. We met at the EOC, and one of our members is a huge ADU tiny home supporter. And he mentioned to me that we don't allow manufactured homes. I had a conversation with Donna Butler, and she said, actually, we're using manufactured homes, I think, for Transform 386. I don't particularly know where. But I want to be able, I think a couple months ago, last year sometime, we allowed mobile homes on properties that we didn't previously do that to. I'd like to make sure that we're maximizing the ability to use ADUs, manufactured homes, and less so tiny homes. I don't think tiny homes, I don't know, maybe that's more of a municipality thing, but is there any way we can maybe do a tiny home beta program somewhere within the county or partner with a city to see if that would work? I know there's a church in Deltona that was going to try it, but I don't know if it worked out. But I'd like to kind of dabble in that and see why we can or can't do it. We just talked about, Mr. Nicholson just talked about affordable housing. I know these aren't for everybody, but Volusia County leads the way in a lot of areas, and this might be another opportunity for us to try something, and if it works, stick with it. If it doesn't work, then go, hey, it's not for us, it's not working, and it needs to happen more in the cities, in the inner cities, than it does in the county. But maybe we can lead the way. I'm not sure. So
I think that's worthwhile. Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to that, Mr. Johansson, over 2 years ago, there was a list of properties, you know where I'm going on this, and I asked for one of them to be removed from that list to sell. It was a 20-acre parcel that was in District 2. We had issues with gaining access to that property, but I guess we've gained access to that property now. Could that be a possible location for this idea of Mr. Johansson's, or have we gotten another plan since then? I know we had brought up about the tiny homes before. There wasn't much of an appetite for it, but this may be the perfect location for that. I don't know.
So as Russ is sharing with me, that property is in the city of Daytona. We're still going through the process to get the easement to provide access to us.
We haven't gained the easement yet.
Right. I just got an update last month, and I believe through the attorney from the developer, and they're in the process of going through the city review, and they're supposed to give us an easement once they get through.
So if that easement is on the forefront, is that something we can look at to entertain the motion made by Mr. Johansson?
Yeah, I just want to see one work.
Yeah.
Or see if it works, see it built and see if it works. I don't
Even
care
if we took a portion of that property.
I don't care if Daytona does it
Yeah.
either. Yeah.
It might be something Daytona wants to partner with, even though it's our property.
So as you remember, we went out to bid to try to sell some of the lots. We went out twice, and we're successful with about half of them. So we still do have that list, and several others. We'll look at it as we explore the request by Council.
Yeah, this is the 20-acre parcel. Okay, thank you.
Deputy County Manager Suzanne Concha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the house size discussion that Council's been talking about the last few minutes, we do have a minimum home size requirement in our land development code. I know it came to my attention recently because of a mobile home request that came in within a mobile home park, and it occurred to me that might be one worth exploring. If it's the pleasure of this council, I'd like to add that to our list of things to take a look at. It may not be appropriate to change it for all properties in the county, but maybe for some. So
yeah, in designated areas. Jake, that's a worthy thing to bring back to us. I would love to see some kind of a tiny home village for vets that need low income housing. Is there property around First Step that could be used for that? I know there's a lot of extra property. Well, I think there's a lot of extra property there, isn't there?
Well, the city has 600 acres. I know they have plans for a lot of land, so I don't know. I mean, a lot of it's slated for, they're going to build a regional park in there. So, but we can certainly inquire. Okay. But that's, and once you get to the other side of that, now you're into the Tiger Bay State Forest.
Right.
Yeah, and I'll just say, I think Victoria did have she's applied for some grant funds to do that in the past, but was not successful. So I know that there are conversations about that going on as a transitional. Happy to report, though, and this relates to veterans, that, last year our point-in-time count in January counts our homeless veterans in both shelters and our street outreach, where there was a little over 65 the previous year. This year, happy to report 21 reporting veteran status. So we've made a significant impact there.
Good.
Just one more thing. Thank you, Chair. With respect to transitional housing and other people that are looking for that, I'm on that DAC board, Domestic Abuse Council. That property that is in that location is huge. And there has been conversations amongst the board to start going in that avenue to look for transitional housing smaller. In other words, not all of we can't accommodate the total space inside designated for that, but those individuals will need some sort of housing transitionally to go on to other locations. So they are looking at that as well, just future reference. But that also in the city of Daytona.
Has anybody else, council or staff, seen, I've seen this often on social media, so it's got to be true, that there's a tiny home by Tesla for under $10,000 that also doesn't require power because it's solar. It's got Tesla batteries in it. Nobody's seen it?
For under $10,000, I'm shocked. The batteries alone are probably
well,
$6,000 or $8,000.
I've seen some social media discussion about, I don't know if it's true, right. But yeah, there has been some stuff out there that says he's developed a battery operated home, so to speak.
Yeah. And they also have a picture of me with hair.
That's the salesman.
Joking.
Okay. Jake, did you wrap it up?
Yeah, so that's all I have, yeah. Okay. If I need to make a motion, or do we have consensus to have staff bring that? You got enough, George?
Yep, I have enough.
Yeah,
all right.
I think you got
that's all I have, sir.
100% support. Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, sir. Yesterday I had the opportunity to do a ride-along with Beach Safety, which opened up my eyes to a lot of stuff. We had approved the software for them. I saw what it's capable of. Kudos for that. To be able to geograph exactly where hotspots are for everything from jellyfish stings to rescues. So that is great for staffing purposes. I know that was a concern of Mr. Kent's with respect to lifeguards. I finally got to meet Jack Driscoll.
Did you?
Yes, yeah. What a beast. He went out there and schooled those young kids out there in their drills, and then when I got to watch drills, what you went through, I commend you.
Were you wearing a suit? Were you wearing a suit during this?
No, that won't be necessary. Also, I do have some pictures, but not of that. My thanks go out to Chief Malfers and Deputy Chief Jenkins, who I rode with. 29 new recruits, from what I understand, for the summertime. So that's amazing. Great recruiting efforts done by Beach. So the beach services. So I commend all that staff out there doing that. That being said, Jenna, if you could pull up those pictures. I took some pictures yesterday. I know Mr. Nicholson, there's our barge that's out there right now. That's one of the two barges actually that are out there right now. I know John Nicholson had asked about the progress, so I'm gonna show you some. To the next one. That's our new walkway there. That's completely open now and finished. Awesome job. Way to go, Jessica. So that is the stockpile of sand right there. And you see the water running out. I will tell you, Jessica, I have to share this with you. I know that in social media about the catfish issue, but there was one catfish that was flown out, and Deputy Chief Jenkins literally got out of his truck, grabbed the fish, and threw it back in the water. I love that. There's just some more pictures of the huge dredging project. John, it is happening. Okay. And I think another one on there. There we go. That was an awesome sight. Those trucks going back and forth, and they're starting at Sun Globe and working their way back. Just so you know, the entire, correct me if I'm mistaken, the dredging of the intercoastal waterway that you saw that barge that was doing that, in addition to what we'd like to do with respect to the shoals, will give us anywhere from 1.7 to 2.2 million cubic yards of beach compatible sand for the beach, which is huge. So, and there was just another picture of the trucks there were more people out there taking pictures of the trucks. They were just in amazement. They thought it was the coolest thing. I did too. As you can see, I'm taking pictures as well. So, and there's at the Sun Globe Pier when they're coming back. I don't know if I got any pictures of actual Sun Globe Pier where they're stockpiling the sand. Yeah, they're coming back from lunch. There it is. Yes, I did. So that's where it's being laid out to start with, and it'll work its way south. And we hope that we'll have enough to go north of that afterwards. Here lies the problem identified. I didn't really think about it. Getting those trucks underneath that pier. I don't know if you may have to hit the hard top in order to transport that sand north of any pier. So that is a concern. But this is day one of the trucking of it. Wanted to make sure we had pictures of that. I'm very proud of our staff and the way they're handling it. There were no incidents that we had, but they're already looking at safer ways to do it. Even though no problems are identified, they're looking at a specific lane just for the trucks. One thing I observed, I know there were some social media issues about the towing of vehicles that get stuck out there. Our staff do a phenomenal job letting know, hey, you need four-wheel drive to get through this, and yet minivans are getting stuck left and right. And my favorite was somebody had a minivan yesterday and they got themselves stuck. It was a front wheel drive. They literally got out and broke and ripped up a cardboard box from a Dr. Pepper box, like you know how thin that cardboard is, to stick it underneath the tire. We had to break their hearts and tell them that wasn't going to work. So needless to say, but thank you very much, Jennifer, for showing that. I just wanted to make sure we showed that. And also some of the safety issues that our beach protection is doing. I noticed a couple times throughout the day, and I talked to you, Suzanne, yesterday on the phone, that they literally get out and look around the vehicle. If their vehicle's sitting stationary for a period of time, they get out and walk around the vehicle. That is a policy of theirs. So I commend them for taking the measures necessary for everybody's safety. On another issue, I mentioned the Domestic Abuse Council that I do sit on. Coming up in the future, it's not until August, the end of August, but I want to make sure everybody is aware of it. They're doing a bowl-a-thon fundraiser for the purpose of raising funds for that domestic abuse center. If you've not seen that center, it needs a lot of love. It is deteriorating. So they are trying to raise the funds in order to fix it up. So they are encouraging, there'll be some flyers coming out there encouraging teams to get together. We as a council could take on the city of Deltona. Just a thought. So anyways, and then lastly, that I want to talk about storm preparation and the sandbagging, the staging of which. I know we talked about it briefly before. We are now officially Sunday into hurricane season. We talked about preparation. We talked about helping people. There have been a couple cities that have reached out asking for help. I had some data that I thank you for EOC that supplied some data with relation. I'm not going to get into all that, but it did not go to waste. I want to let EOC know that I'm going to hang on to that data. It wasn't wasted, but I'm not going to go through all the numbers and whatnot. But they were astronomical with respect to homes, single-family homes that were damaged. And if you remember the lines, and we talked about this a little bit last time, with respect to the sandbag that we were giving away at the jail, the lines that went all the way down 92 that were blocking traffic, and safety-wise, I don't think that's the safest thing. So I'd like to see if we could look at.
We already have a plan.
You do? Okay,
and
thank you.
It involves not being at the jail like we were before.
Okay, good. So we can stage it elsewhere. So some of the cities were.
Yeah, well, the fairgrounds will be the place where there'll be a pickup. But again, we'll be encouraging that for the elderly and for people who can't do it. For everybody else, it's going to be like it has been for the last 50 years.
They're preparing.
Well, and we'll have places for do-it-yourself. Those at the jail were at the time.
We're supposed to be identified for those that couldn't do it themselves.
Right, and everybody started hopping on it.
Yeah.
But we're moving that to the fairgrounds. But it will be, again, we're asking people, reserve that for the elderly and the people who can't do it themselves, and the rest do it yourself.
So will we have other locations other than the fairgrounds as far as do it yourself?
Yeah, but
Okay.
the fairgrounds will take the place of the jail
Okay.
in terms of.
So some of the locations I was thinking about Edgewater, Danny.
Well, they have a list of where we do it, and
Okay.
we work in conjunction with the cities.
Okay.
So,
Thank you very much.
One of the issues we get into, just why it's not maybe a little bit more integrated, is because in some cities they want to limit just to their residents, and then that becomes a little bit more of an issue. If they drop that, it makes it a lot easier to work together and just go ahead and get the bags and get moving. So, but we've worked deals with some of them where we provide maybe the bags, or we provide the sand, one or the other. But again, we have a lot of good cooperation. Don't get me wrong, but I just think where there's been a little bit of sometimes has to do with that issue of where are you really from, when they show their ID and all that. So as we hopefully migrate to a little bit more integrated, we'll make that a little bit easier.
Okay. And the last thing, the Marine Science Center. We're getting ready to open that back up. Very excited about that. I'll be out there for that. Looking forward to, I forget the date of that is.
24th, I think.
24th?
June 23rd.
3rd is the
23rd.
ribbon cutting, and the 24th they actually are officially reopened.
Excellent. Looking forward to that. So that's been closed for a while. Looking forward to seeing what the modifications that were made. And that's all I had, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not picking on you, Vice Chair, but if I could make a motion, I would make a motion that this council and staff is not allowed to use the H word anymore, because we can't afford to participate in any more any cyclonic activities counterclockwise this season. So, and yes, I was going to mention the Marine Science Center. George, you just said that the ribbon cutting is 23rd. The real opening to the public is the 24th. For the 23rd, for the public that comes, is there a charge to get in?
I think on the 23rd, it's an open house and celebration, so I don't.
With limited space.
Do you know, Clay? We'll
Okay.
confirm that to council.
It is limited space, but I would encourage the public to come out. It's a fantastic facility. It's going to be even better, so I'd encourage people to come out and take out a family membership or a yearly membership for the Marine Science Center. And last, Russ, I didn't ask you in advance. I was looking to see if John Booker's still here. I don't see him. Can one of you, whoever's best prepared, just give us a quick rundown, There's a lot of people still asking about bills that haven't either gone to the governor, haven't been signed, they're still in session, we still don't have a budget. So bills like Senate Bill 180, what is the deadline for those? You told me last week or this week that they had to end of the month. Somebody told me, no, that's not true. Well, you would probably know this.
June 30.
It's paid.
So I just checked this morning, Senate Bill 180 has not been sent to the governor. So once that bill is, and they do this in tranches, so they'll send 10 bills to the governor's office, let him sign or veto those bills, and then they'll send another 10 bills or so. So right now, the waiting on those bills to be sent to him. As of this morning, they had not been. And then he has 14 days to sign those.
Okay, from whatever that date is.
Correct.
Even if they're out of session?
Yes.
Yes.
Then, okay.
So they're still technically in session. I mean, well.
Right now.
Right now they are.
But if they send it the last day of session.
It's still 14 days.
He still has 14
14
days
days.
out of session. Okay,
Correct.
Thank you.
They'll even send bills after session.
Will they?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
As long as it's past both chambers.
Okay, and then the last question, see, Jessica, Suzanne, you would probably know the sand, all the pictures he just showed us. That's all part of that deal is that it will be planted? And it will be planted
I thought that was for a sandcastle
soon
tournament.
Before the northeasterlies come this winter and remove it all?
Jessica Fentress, Coastal Director of Volusia County. In addition to placing the sand on the beach, we are doing trap bag debris removal simultaneously as a requirement of a permit. So that's important to get out there. We are removing county installed trap bags as part of the sand placement, and we'll be planting the dune as well. The pictures that Mr. Reinhardt showed yesterday was truly day one. They got about 80 loads on the beach. They have not gone through their final grooming of the slope yet, and they're still trying to increase their efficiencies. Just like riding a bicycle, every project you have kind of a ramp up phase, and then when you figure out how to do it cleanly and efficiently, you start running. They will do it in segments. Once we get a good stretch of dune built, then we'll go in behind it and plant it. They'll be required to water it and maintain it for a while. Sand is sacrificial. I cannot promise it will be there next week. I'm honestly praying for a really good tide event that comes over the berm just to solve some of these four-wheel drive problems that we have. But we're moving efficiently. The Army Corps of Engineers is supposed to wrap up their dredging project by the end of September. The dredge should be leaving town. They have until the end of October to fully demob out of the park and pull all their safety requirements and all that stuff. So we anticipate to be running trucks with sand probably through this winter. Maybe March is when we're hoping, favorable seas to get through the full 900,000 cubic yards. But starting in October, we're going to give the green light, hopefully in the next council session. We're going to bring the Rattlesnake Island before you for offload in New Smyrna, which in addition to Mr. Reinhardt's numbers is an additional 550,000 cubic yards specific for New Smyrna Beach.
Great update.
That will be planted as well.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And with that, at 2:56, we are adjourned.